All right, good morning. Hope everyone had a pleasant weekend. Today is the beginning of our third week of trial, 11th day of testimony, or 10th day of testimony, I guess. I think we left off with Mr. Trumbull on direct, is that right? Okay, defense ready to continue? Plaintiffs ready? Is there anything we need to address before we proceed?
No, just that Mr. Watt got a break in traffic and road conditions.
Do you want us to wait?
No.
You sure? Okay, we're starting a little later. There were some weather condition related things that prevented some folks to be able to get here right at 8:30, so we're good to go. You ready to go? Okay, good. All right, Ms. Trumbull. Yeah, I came in obviously when I'm in trial, I like to try to catch morning mass if I can. Anyway, I went to the cathedral this morning at 7 and but as I'm leaving the town that I live in, I'm in a four-wheel drive vehicle and visited Mr. Four-Wheel Slide, it's just like, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So yeah, I hope Mr. Wan being careful and taking his time. So, all right. All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're still under oath. Thanks for coming back. Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cole, you may proceed when ready.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Trumbull.
Morning.
I think when we left off, we were going through the documentation you did have prior to the dam failure and that you did not have at the time of the dam failure. And just to go back where we were, it's my understanding the only documents you had from FERC were the 2010, 2018 inspection reports.
Plus a few others, yeah, but that's correct.
Did you have the 2012 Part 12D response letter?
Yes,
Did you have the 2015 embankment inspection report?
yes,
And what about the 2018 soil boring report?
yes,
Now, is it correct you did not have, prior to May 19, 2020, the full 2005 supporting technical information document?
Please rephrase.
Prior to May 19, 2020, did you have the 2005, a complete copy of the 2005 supporting technical information document?
no, that was not in our possession, no,
Did you have all the soil boring records?
no,
Did you have the 1987 embankment stability analysis?
no,
What about the 2001 embankment stability analysis?
no,
Did you have the original construction plans?
no,
Did you have the original construction logs from the engineers?
no.
Now, you did have some construction photos, is that correct?
I believe there were 3 original construction photos in that STID update that was with the 2015 CSIR. But that's all the construction photos that I'm aware of that we had.
Did any of those photos show how the embankment was being constructed?
No, they did not.
Does the lack of spillway capacity always mean embankments will be unstable?
No.
Well, why not? Can you explain that?
The lack of spillway capacity is typically an indicator that the dam is more susceptible to overtopping failure, which means that the capacity of the spillway is exceeded during a large flood and water starts to flow over top of the earthen embankments, at which most times earthen banks will become unstable because they're not designed to pass flow over top. But it certainly does not mean in all cases that even if loaded to the top of embankment, meaning a flood is just about ready to go over top, that the embankment is unstable.
Are you a geotechnical engineer?
I am not.
For geotechnical analysis, do you have to rely on others?
Yes, typically that's done by the dam owners, consulting engineers.
Did anybody recommend to you that an embankment stability analysis be conducted prior to May 19, 2020?
No,
Did anybody prior to May 19, 2020, express any concern about the safety of the embankments at the Edenville Dam?
not explicitly, no.
Did anybody prior to May 19, 2020, recommend that Wixom Lake be drawn down because of concerns over embankment instability?
No, they did not.
I want to ask you a couple questions about the June 2020 inspection report prepared by Spicer. Amy, can you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 104 and go to page 108? Page 8. And we need to highlight, sorry. Under the first paragraph, can you highlight that first thing?
Page 8.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You see this recommendation from the Spicer Group?
I do, yes.
Uh, Between, I guess, October of 2018 and the time of the dam failure, did you have frequent phone calls with Spicer Group?
Yes.
Um, how often would they occur?
It's hard to say exactly, but probably between emails, in-person meetings, and phone calls with the Spicer Group or people from that group weekly, if not more often, from the time that, from the time that the FERC license was revoked and Spicer Group became the consultant for Four Lakes Task Force on this project. It was very, very frequent that we met or talked.
On a daily basis at times?
What's that?
On a daily basis at times?
Sometimes, yes.
Prior to May 19, 2020, did you have any discussions with the Spicer Group regarding the need for an embankment stability analysis?
Not explicitly. The Spicer Group was acting on behalf of the Four Lakes Task Force, who was purchasing the dams. So it was my general awareness that they were looking at all aspects of dam safety because their client was going to be purchasing the dams. They frequently referred to it as doing their due diligence. So they were looking at everything, all the past records, and then they had partnered with Spicer Group had partnered with GEI, and they were doing a very in-depth analysis of overall dam safety, and developing a plan for, both the repairs and then any additional analysis that might be needed. But I don't believe that anyone explicitly recommended an embankment stability analysis be completed.
So is it your understanding that this was part of the due diligence being conducted by the Four Lakes Task Force?
Are you talking about this statement?
Yes.
I think it was both. I think, this report was completed after the failure, so it's unclear to me what was written before the failure and what was written after the failure, but this was certainly submitted after the failure. But they were kind of one and the same. A lot of the things that go into a Part 315 inspection report would be also the things you'd be looking at doing due diligence for purchase of a dam would be to understand any existing or potential dam safety deficiencies that would need to be addressed by the owner.
At any time prior to May 19, 2020, did Spicer express any concerns about the stability of the embankments at the Edenville Dam?
Not that I can recall, no.
Does the lack of spillway capacity always mean drawdown is necessary?
No, not always.
Well, what do you need to consider when deciding whether or not a drawdown is appropriate?
There's a lot of considerations. One would be the magnitude of the deficiency. If the dam can pass 90% of the, inflow design flood, that's different than if a dam can pass 25% of the inflow design flood. storage capacity available in the impoundment. Will the drawdown have the desired risk reduction effect that you would do to, or that you'd be hoping to achieve by lowering the impoundment? And then there'd be secondary to the dam safety issues, there'd be the environmental concerns with draining the lake as well. That would be considered as part of the overall calculus of whether or not to draw down.
Well, let me ask you, did you ever consider whether or not Wixom Lake should be drawn down to run a river?
It was discussed. Yes, we did consider it early on.
Who did you
After
discuss it with?
first, I believe I discussed it with Jim Pulaski, who was the dam safety engineer who covered that area. Prior to me, getting up to speed and then eventually taking over when Jim retired, that should draw down on the impoundment because of this, spillway capacity, or at least the spillway capacity deficiency under FERC, I'm sorry. Should that be considered? And then later, I did speak again with the Four Lakes Task Force and Spicer Group about whether it needed to be considered.
Well, let me ask you about your discussion with Mr. Pulowski.
Okay.
What do you recall Mr. Pulowski's comments being?
Mr. Pulowski's comments being that it had been considered by FERC spillway and that their determination is that a drawdown would not significantly benefit spillway capacity concerns during a large flood.
They're already here saying.
Response, please.
We're not asking, we're not, it's not for the truth of the matter. It's just that he had this discussion with Mr. Pulowski and alerted him to the report.
Response, if any.
Your Honor, it's actually double hearsay. He's asking the witness to say, Mr. Pulaski said the FERC document is signed and it's being offered for the truth of the validity of their prior drawdown analysis 7 years pre-flood.
Well, I don't think that's true.
What do you think it's being offered for?
I just that he had this conversation that was considered.
All right, the objection is sustained in part, overruled in part. I think you're gonna need to rephrase. I think you can ask questions. Did you have conversations? Did they impact decisions that you made? Who do you have the conversations with? I think that's fair game. Do you, Mr. Carlson?
Yeah, no problem, Your Honor.
I don't think. I agree with Ms. Carlson. I think once you then get into, did Mr. Smith tell you X? I understand it's a bench trial. And so the appellate courts thankfully presume that the court can understand the rules of evidence. However, I think if it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, then all I need to know is what due diligence acts this witness and I think agent of the state took. So
I'm going right there.
Yeah, okay.
That's
So
perfect.
that's where we're gonna go. So thank you.
Based upon your discussion with Mr. Pulowski, what did you do to determine whether or not a drawdown would be appropriate?
The first thing I did was downloaded the public documents related to that 2013 analysis by Boise Hydro to consider pre-lowering is what they called it, but the effects of lowering Wixom Lake and would have on passing of a large flood. In that case, they were considering PMF. And then I reviewed the flood flows and volumes from the PMF estimates, the half PMF estimates that were available at that time. And it was my conclusion at that time that the flood volume made available by lowering the lake by even up to 8 feet was made up a insignificant or a small enough portion of the total flood volume expected from half PMF that the results would be similar to what Boise Hydro had produced in 2013, that it's the drawdown would have very limited effect on overall safety of the dam and lowering of the impoundment level during a large flood, the magnitude of half PMF.
So it's not as though you ignored the issue, is that right?
No,
It's just your analysis caused you to conclude that it would have a limited impact.
that is correct.
I think you mentioned, did you discuss your concerns with anybody else?
Later, when
Tell me what later means, because
so this was sorry.
we have a dam that was there 98 years. I don't think you were
Correct.
there when it was built, but
So my involvement started around September of 2018 when the revocation order went through and Jim Pulaski informed us that he was retiring soon, that I needed to get up to speed and pinch it for a while, you know, until he was replaced and that engineer was up to speed. So initially we looked at what was provided. So that would have been probably in that late September, late 2018, early 2019 period. We would have been discussing internally after Jim and I went to the site in October and then received the memo from D. Perky Pile indicating that the dam had adequate spillway to pass 1/2 PMF. We were discussing the concerns with that and whether or not drawdown would be. So it would have been in the early 2019 period. I believe that Spicer was engaged around February 2019, and then they were working towards both due diligence and the filing of the Part 307 petition in the circuit court. So I believe the conversations with Spicer Group would have ramped up about that time between February and May, and that would have been around. I'm not exactly sure when that conversation with Spicer about the drawdown took her, but it would have been sometime after February 2019, but prior to the failure.
Did Spicer agree or disagree with your analysis?
Objection, hearsay.
response.
I'm just asking them whether or not they said anything. I can rephrase it, John.
You can ask them whether they said anything. The question was, did they agree or disagree? Which is an affirmative telling us what they said. So sustained.
Did Spicer ever recommend that a drawdown to Run River take place?
They never made that recommendation to me, no.
Did the IFT also analyze whether or not a drawdown to Runner River should have taken place?
They analyzed what I don't believe they made a determination or an opinion on whether it should or if it should not have taken place, but they did analyze the same flood that occurred in May 17 to May 19, 2020, if it had occurred with the water level lowered to what has been termed as run of river elevation under two scenarios. One would be gates open to 7 feet as they were during the flood, and then gates open to 10 feet, I believe, as we talked about last week. So they did analyze those scenarios in their flood model, yes.
And did they conclude that it wouldn't have impacted whether or not the dam would have failed?
I believe the conclusions of the report were that lowering or by pre-lowering of the reservoir to that run of river elevation and opening the gates 7 feet, that the same flood would have resulted in a peak elevation of 681.1, so only 0.2 of a foot, about 2.5 inches lower than what was observed on the date of the failure. And they opined that that would not have likely prevented the dam failure. And I'm not sure on exactly the numbers with the gates open 10 feet, but it was somewhere more along the lines of the water level would have been about a foot lower or just short of a foot lower than it was observed on the day of the failure. And they did not feel comfortable making the call whether or not the dam would have failed under that. It was too paraphrasing, but too close to call at that elevation.
Prior to May 19, 2020, did you ever receive any information that changed your opinion that drawing Wixom Lake down to Runner River would have been a good idea?
All of the previous reports and conversations that I had leading up to the failure, I can't recall one that indicated that lowering the impoundment would have had a significant benefit to dam safety.
I want to spend a few minutes talking to you about Part 315. What is Part 315?
Part 315 is Michigan's dam safety statute.
And how many years of experience do you have regulating dams under Part 315?
Just over 15 now.
So it's fair to say you have a fair amount of experience with that?
I believe so, yes.
Is there anybody currently in the state of Michigan that has more experience than you in enforcing Part 315?
Nobody that's active.
Does Part 315 define the term safe?
I don't, other than in the title being dam safety, I don't believe there's a definition for the term safe.
Does it define the term unsafe?
I don't believe so.
Are you aware of any dam that has zero risk of failure?
Such a dam doesn't exist. There's always a risk of failure at any dam.
Are dams that have inadequate spillway capacity automatically deemed to be unsafe under Part 315?
No, if they have inadequate spillway capacity, then they don't meet the requirements for spillway capacity, which would put them at a higher risk of failure during a large flood. But that's not inherently safe or unsafe. It just means that the risk is higher by some degree.
Can you recall in January of 2020, what the spillway capacity at the Edenville Dam was according to your calculations?
According to our calculations, I believe the zero freeboard spillway capacity was around 20,000, 21,000 cubic feet per second, based on those calcs that we had performed.
With that spillway capacity, could have it passed a 100-year flood?
Yes.
So in percentages, what was the risk at
I'm sorry. Could you re-ask spillway capacity Edenville in early 2020 was zero freeboard? What was the answer to that question?
I think
20 some thousand
Yeah.
Around 20 to 21,000.
CFS?
Yes, cubic feet per second. Yes.
sorry.
Hold on. Thanks. All right. Go ahead.
All right, then my next question was, with that spillway capacity, could have it passed a 100-year flood?
It would have passed 100-year flood with some amount of freeboard, but not much. Yes.
So in percentages, what was the risk at the time that the Edenville Dam would fail because of a lack of spillway capacity?
If we assume, and it's not exact, but it's very close. If we assume that the dam could safely pass a 100-year flood, that is equivalent to a 1% annual chance. So in any given year, there's a 1% chance that a storm that would meet or exceed the capacity of the dam would occur, and that would have been expected to cause failure.
If the spillway capacity had been increased to meet 1/2 PMF, would it have roughly met the 200-year flood?
At that time, the estimates for flood flows for the 200-year and 1/2 PMF were almost identical. They're right around 25,000 CFS. So yes, that would have been approximately equivalent to a 200-year flood.
So assuming that it did have adequate PMF, what would the percentage of risk be that the Edenville Dam would have failed in a 200-year flood?
So assuming it had 1/2 PMF spillway capacity,
Yes.
and assuming that that's approximately equal to a 200-year flood, that is a 0.5% annual exceedance probability. So 1/2% in any given year.
So to put this in numerical terms, there was a 1% chance without the improved spillway capacity that the Edenville Dam would have failed in a 100-year flood, right?
Due to overtopping, yes.
And if it did have adequate spillway capacity such that it met with 1/2 PMF, there was a 0.5% chance that it would have failed, correct?
Yes, again, due to overtopping, yes.
Amy, can you pull up defendant's exhibit 201? I take it you're familiar with this act
Yes, I am.
and you have knowledge about how this act or this has been applied by Eagle over the last 15 years?
Yes, I do.
Amy, can you go to subsection 5? So that would be 311505.
Sure. 307. Three.
No, I'm sorry, Amy, section 31518.
315 or?
Yeah, 31518.
This is the wrong statute.
I want 315. Is that 201? 202, sorry, that's exhibit, defense exhibit 202. It's 315.
I'm just looking at the statute books. I guess I'm not smart enough to figure out all the exhibits. And I've even tagged my statute book. So whoever gets my chambers after I'm no longer eligible to serve, they'll have to take these. I think I'm gonna leave these tags. What was Redford thinking? Someone will be able to tell them. Oh, it was 20-94.
All right, does subsection 1 require an owner to submit inspection reports?
It does, yes.
And does it set a schedule for submission of those reports?
It does, yes.
If an inspection report discloses the need for more investigation or evaluation, can Eagle order the owner to provide that information?
Yes.
Amy, can you go to subsection 5 of this section? Could you read subsection 5, please? Can you see it?
If an inspection report discloses the need for a more detailed investigation or evaluation of certain dam features for the purposes of determining the condition of the dam, the department may order the completion and submission of that detailed investigation or evaluation at the expense of the owner. An investigation or evaluation required under this subsection shall be conducted under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer.
All right, so under this subsection, there has to be an inspection report, right? Amy, lead that up, please.
That is my understanding, yes.
And it's if Eagle determines that a more detailed investigation is necessary, that it can seek that from the dam owner?
That is correct.
Is that a report that's prepared by Eagle?
Not typically. It's typically performed by the dam owner's consultant.
Under what circumstances would it be performed by Eagle?
The only circumstances I'm aware of that we would perform the evaluation is if we had ordered the owner to do so and they had not done so. Then we would typically, or at least we consider doing it ourselves or having it done and then recouping those costs from the owner.
And if an inspection report reveals a condition that endangers a dam, does Eagle have the right under 315.18 to order the owner to take action?
Yes, we do.
Amy, can you bring up subsection 7? Highlight it, magnify it. Can you read that, please?
If based on the findings and recommendations of the inspection report and an inspection by the department, the department finds that a condition exists which endangers a dam, it shall order the owner to take actions that the department considers necessary to alleviate the danger.
So in your experience, under this subsection, Eagle can only take action based on the findings of an inspection report.
Objection, leading mischaracterizes the language.
Response.
I'm asking about his understanding based upon his years of experience at Eagle.
Overruled.
So based on my understanding and experience, in order to issue an order under section 315.18, inspection report and an inspection by the department must first occur.
And is it your understanding that Eagle has typically only taken action under 315.18 if an inspection report has been issued?
Yes, that's typical. So the first step would be for Eagle to be made aware of the deficiency, which typically, since we don't do the inspections of privately owned dam, from a privately owned dam would come from an inspection report by the owner's consultant. Once they've identified that deficiency, if the owner is not already working to address that deficiency, we would consider issuing an order to compel them to take any necessary action to alleviate the deficiency.
And based upon your years of experience with Eagle, is this the subsection that Eagle typically has taken enforcement actions against dam owners under?
Yes, but with the caveat that it's not such an emergency that we expect the dam would fail imminently or fail in short order. But if this is, if there's a danger to the dam that doesn't pose an imminent threat of failure, this would be the typical route that we would take compliance action and issue orders to compel the owner to take action.
That's a fair point. If the inspection report reveals an imminent risk of failure, is there another subsection under which Eagle typically takes action?
Yes, that'd be subsection or section 315.21.
Okay. If there's no imminent risk, this is a subsection that Eagle has typically taken action under, correct?
Yes, if it's not an imminent risk, or if we need more information to determine, the severity of a risk, we would take action under this subsection, yes.
When you were considering whether or not to take action against Boyce Hydro in 2020, after you had concluded that the dam did not meet the 1/2 PMF standard, is this the subsection that you believe gave you authority to take action if necessary against Boyce Hydro?
Yes, we were aware of that a spillway capacity deficiency did exist prior to submission of that report. And this would have been the avenue that we were considering if the owner wasn't taking action to address those deficiencies already. So if there were the spillway capacity deficiency and any other deficiencies that would have been observed during that inspection report that posed a danger to the dam, we would have taken enforcement action under this section.
But in your experience at Eagle, the practice is the department would have required an inspection report before taking action under this subsection, correct?
Under 315.18, yes.
And had you asked for an inspection report to be performed?
Yes, several times.
And when did you receive that report?
We did not receive it until June of 2019 after the failures had occurred.
Was it your understanding at that time, based upon your experience with Eagle, that you could not take action against Boyce Hydro under this provision until you received the inspection report?
That's my understanding for section 315.18, yes.
In your experience, have inspection reports ever identified conditions that caused Eagle to order a drawdown at a dam?
Yes, several times.
Can you give us a couple examples?
Most recently would have been the drawdown of the Holly Mill Pond Dam and the White Cloud Dam as well. That most recently. Prior to that, we have issued an order to the owner of the Pettysville Mill Dam in Livingston County to consider drawdown of the impoundment and further detailed evaluation of that dam due to spillway capacity and condition concerns. I'd have to, over the years, there's been several, but those are probably the three most recent that I can think of.
Well, let me ask, at White Cloud, had there been any assessment by that identified stability concerns?
Yes, at White Cloud, the owner, the city of White Cloud had hired an engineering consultant to perform a very detailed evaluation of all aspects of dam safety. Among the concerns that were raised in that report were slope stability, structural stability, spillway capacity, and operational adequacy. How the folks actually operated the gate during a flood were all concerns. And one of the conclusions of that report by the engineer who performed it was to perform an immediate drawdown of the impoundment until those could be addressed.
And what about Holly? Had there been an assessment there also?
Yes, there had been several assessments by the department and then several separate assessments by the Village of Holly's consulting engineers. The most recent of which had indicated that there were slope stability concerns even at normal pond elevations, and also recommended the immediate drawdown of that impoundment.
If a dam owner has agreed to take action that Eagle has identified as being a concern, has Eagle traditionally sought to compel action for that violation?
I would say only when the owner doesn't do it voluntarily. So if the owner and their consultant have determined a course of action that needs to be completed to, alleviate the danger with the dam, and they're already doing that, then we don't typically need to pursue enforcement against that owner. But when they don't, then we always will consider yes.
And in your experience at Eagle, has that traditionally been the approach that the Dam Safety Union has taken?
Yes.
Amy, can you pull up section 31519? Now, you've seen this section before, right?
I have, yes.
And you're aware of how Eagle has traditionally applied this section?
I am, yes.
How has Eagle traditionally applied this section?
Prior to my tenure, and even during the first part of my tenure, I am not aware of orders that have been issued under these provisions of 315. Since about 2021, I have issued, I think, 3 orders under these provisions, and they've all been under subsection 2 related to ordering the removal of a dam. But prior to that, I'm not aware of any orders issued under this provision.
Amy, can you magnify subsection 1? In the third line of this, it refers to, I guess, damage is anticipated to occur due to the operation of a dam. Do you know how Eagle has traditionally applied this language?
Yes, my understanding of the practice and the implementation of this would be related to operations of the dam, specifically how the dam owner or operator is passing flows at the dam. Whether they're passing too much flow or not passing enough flow, and if that's causing some of these aforementioned impacts to public health, safety, welfare, and natural resources.
Have you ever issued an order under subsection 1 of 31519?
I have not, no.
To your knowledge, has anybody at Eagle issued an order to a dam owner under section 315191?
To my knowledge, no one has, no.
Based upon your understanding of how Eagle has traditionally applied this section, do you believe that you had any authority in the spring of 2020 to take action against Boyce Hydro under this section?
I don't believe so. I believe that this subsection refers to kind of irresponsible operation of a dam owner. Some of the terms used in here to limit reservoir fluctuations and to require run-of-river operation. And this is why I've taken an exception to the term run-of-river being applied to an elevation. Run-of-river, I believe in this context, means that they're passing as much flow as coming into the impoundment, not holding back water or releasing too much water. So in my understanding of how this has been considered by Eagle is that if a dam operator is just irresponsibly operating a dam, opening the gates too far, keeping them closed too much, and that's resulting in downstream flooding or too much fluctuation in the reservoir, that we could consider an issue under issuing an order under this section to tell them that they have to mimic run of river, which means that they would be only passing the flows that are coming into the impoundment. It's not necessarily tied to an elevation, but it's the amount of flow they're passing at any given time. It's a term commonly used to denote the difference between like a peaking operation where folks would, like we talked about earlier, would hold back water at night and let the reservoir fill up very high and then open the gates or open the turbines and drain the reservoir down during the day when electricity is expensive. To contrast that, the term is run of river. So to dissuade folks from peaking, which can cause downstream flooding and environmental impacts and flooding, danger of flooding to people, this contemplates that type of situation in my mind.
Amy, can I ask you to bring up section 31521? I think you've already mentioned this section, but you have experience with this section, is that correct?
I do, yes.
And what is your understanding about when this section applies?
As it states, is when imminent danger of failure exists, so some type of urgency that if action isn't taken soon, that the dam could fail, then we have the ability to issue a similar order to the dam owner that says, you must take whatever action. There's a list of them, drawdown, stabilization, several other repairs, breaching or cessation of operation to alleviate the danger. And probably the biggest difference, so there's that sense of urgency. The difference here is that if the owner does not comply with the order, then the department is then authorized to take that action and then seek cost recovery from them after the fact.
In the spring of 2020, did you believe that the Edenville Dam was in imminent danger of failing?
I did not know.
And why not?
Based on the reviews of all the past inspection reports that we had at our in our possession at that time and the conversations with the engineers from Spicer and GEI who were currently evaluating the safety of the dam, I didn't see any indications that imminent failure was likely or that immediate action was necessary.
Let me ask you about Part 307. Does the dam safety unit have responsibilities under Part 307?
Yes.
And what does Part 307 relate to?
Part 307 relates to the establishment and maintenance of normal lake levels, kind of more commonly referred to as a legal lake level, on inland lakes within the state of Michigan.
And I take it you're familiar with the provisions of Part 307?
I am, yes.
And do you have knowledge as to how Eagle has traditionally applied Part 307?
I do, yes.
I think as we've heard throughout this process, does Part 307 have any provisions on hearings or petitions to establish lake levels?
It does, yes.
Are you aware of any provision in Part 307 requiring Eagle to advise courts holding hearings on lake level proceedings of any concerns they have about the safety of dams on lakes at which levels are being established?
I'm not aware of any requirement. I believe it provides the opportunity, but does not require that occur.
Have you ever testified at a lake level proceeding?
I have, yes.
Are you typically invited or asked to speak at those?
We are given the opportunity, so we're provided, I believe, at minimum, a 21-day notice of the scheduling of the hearing. And then if we have not already engaged with the county and their consultant prior to that, we would engage with the county or their consultant during that time to determine whether or not both Eagle or DNR would have any concerns with what's being proposed. And then if there's concerns or if there are reasons to believe that the public would be concerned with what was being proposed, we might opt to go to that hearing and provide testimony.
Did you attend the lake level hearing for the Edenville Dam, Wixom Lake?
I did, yes.
And did you say anything at that hearing?
I did not, no.
And why not?
All of the concerns that we had with the proposed, we had seen advanced copy of the proposed order by the counties through their attorneys. And we had resolved all of the concerns that we had with what was being proposed in the order prior to that. So we went just to observe basically and answer any questions of the court if need be, and none arise. So we were observing only.
Finally, I'd like to return to Dr. Williams' analysis for just a minute. You previously talked about, you had concerns about how Dr. Williams had calculated his inflow to the Wixom Lake. Is that correct?
Yes.
Amy, can you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 420? And can you go to page 7? Can you highlight the chart at the top? Now, Dr. Williams calculated the inflow for Wixom Lake, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And how much did he calculate the total volume acre feet as?
He calculated the inflow volume for that May 17th through May 19th flood, 94,683 acre feet.
Now, is total inflow an input to the HEC HMS model used by Dr. Williams?
That's my understanding, yes, that this would be the volume of water resulting from the rainfall that occurred during that time period in his simulations.
And is it correct that you would expect to find in that model the total inflow volume be using the 94,683 figure?
I would expect that the total volume resulting from that rainfall and resulting flood would be routed through the Edenville Dam, yes.
Now, did you obtain a copy of the model used by Dr. Williams for his analysis?
I did, yes.
And did you review that?
I did, yes.
Amy, can you bring up plaintiff's exhibit 419 and go to page 18? Nope. Page 18 of the report, sorry, not of the exhibit. And can you highlight the top box, please? Can you tell us what this is?
This is a summary table for some of the outputs or input, inputs and outputs for water coming into and leaving the Edenville Reservoir through the Edenville Dam, or the Wixom Lake Reservoir through the Edenville Dam.
And so this includes the inputs used by Dr. Williams?
That's my understanding, and I did see these same results in my review of the model itself, yes.
And this includes an input for inflow volume?
It does, yes.
Amy, can you highlight right in the middle, it says volume units and then inches and acre feet? Now, it refers to inches here. Is that the box that's checked?
Yes, it is.
And the inflow volume then has a reference to inches. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That's the volume that inflowed into Wixom Lake in this model simulation in inches. So it's inches of runoff that came from the watershed that drained through the Edenville Dam.
And can you toggle this so that you can then see the inflow also in acre feet?
Yes, yes.
Did you do that?
I did, yes.
The printout from where he toggled Dr. Williams' model. We would like to mark as exhibit 157. Can you magnify that a little bit? And so when you toggled it, what did it reflect the inflow volume as?
So when the model converted inches to acre feet, it indicates that the total inflow volume coming into Wixom Lake in this simulation, which was the failure as it occurred, is 79,416.3 acre feet.
And that's 15,000 less than the inflow volume that Dr. Williams had calculated, correct?
Correct. In his model that he calibrated to the flood, he predicted, or the model predicted just a little less than 95,000 acre feet coming into Wixom Lake.
Well, what would the impact be, in your opinion, of removing 15,000 acre feet from Wixom Lake?
It's a significant reduction in flood volume. It's just over 15% of the volume not accounted for in these simulations, which would tend to result in much lower maximum flood elevations and discharges at the dam during this flood.
Can you provide an opinion on how this impacts Dr. Williams' analysis?
My opinion is that this flood that's being reflected here, which was used in the failure as was, and the same flood was used for the run of river non-failure scenario, would underestimate the flood volume coming into Wixom Lake and therefore underestimate the peak elevations at which the flood would reach during this flood.
Amy, can you pull up exhibit 158?
Is that plaintiffs or defendants?
Sorry.
All right.
Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, this is a graphical representation of the flood over time from Dr. Williams' calibrated runoff model. So where he's calibrating and calculating the inflows into Wixom Lake. This would be assuming the spillway configurations that he assumed in all the rest of his model runs, and that failure did not occur.
Okay. Can you offer some explanation as to what this shows? You can use the
Yeah.
pointer there if that would be helpful.
Sure. So as Dr. Williams indicated in his reports and rebuttal, that he began the simulation at elevation. So this is the pool elevation, this dotted blue line, is the pool elevation in Wixom Lake. You can see that it started the elevation, you have to go over here, but it started at elevation 675.5. And then as the simulation starts, you can see that the water elevation in Wixom Lake lowers significantly to below 672.6. And this is what I was talking about yesterday, when if you assume that the gates were not partially closed at the beginning of the flood, the dam is going to release too much water before the flood arrives. You're going to see a significant lowering of Wixom Lake. And so there's volume exiting the dam, through the dam, and lowering Wixom Lake reservoir by about 3 feet. And then once the flood arrives and balances out those outflows, you can see that it begins to rise and peaks here. I think the peak is 680.5 is the peak. And then as that's routed through the spillway and flood receipt, you can see that along the curve. So this is the inflow model. So this is the one that counts for the full 95,000 acre feet. But this is the challenges of using that HEC-HMS and not being able to account for the gates were partially closed here, and that this lowering of the reservoir did not. Dr. Williams' model.
Your Honor, I want to object to the characterization that these are from Dr. Williams' model.
What do you think they should be?
These are Mr. Trumbull computing his own observations, executing the model based on manipulating variable.
Okay, so hold on, please. If the court looks at 157, 158, and 159, in anything that Dr. Williams produced, will I find these?
Yes, I can ask the witness.
No, not in this form, Your Honor. because-
That's what I'm asking, in this form. Do you agree that well, what is your position? Let me not ask it in a leading, because I can't.
Our position,
What is your position as far as the ability of the defense to use these, but just to call me, hey, listen, these are this witnesses things?
Foundationally, Your Honor, I don't know yet, because these exhibit 157, for example, shows the compute time for these documents as being 23 January 2026 at 2343 hours, which is like almost midnight last Friday night after we adjourned trial for the day.
Mhm.
Exhibit 158 shows the compute time 25 January 2026, 2200 hours, which is last night, just after 10 p.m. as the football game was ending. Exhibit 159 says compute time 23 January 2026, just after 2300 hours, almost midnight last Friday after we'd adjourned. So Dr. Williams didn't do these computations.
Okay, all right, response?
Those are the print dates, Your Honor. But I can ask the witness. We
All
can
right,
have
why
more
don't
foundation for Mr. Carlson.
Great. And the court.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Going back to 157, Amy, can you pull that back up? Again, I think you've already told us what this is. Where did you get this from, Mr. Trumbull?
This is a screenshot from the model that Dr. Williams provided, or that the plaintiffs provided to us on behalf of Dr. Williams. With no changes, I do have to hit the run button in the model to get it to compute these, but with no other changes to the model supplied, this is the same table that Dr. Williams puts in his report. The only change is that I clicked from inches to acre feet to convert the units to volume in acre feet.
But the acre feet was within the model.
Where, is it in any generated and produced report by Dr. Williams?
It's the basis for Dr. Williams. It's the model that Dr. Williams based his report on.
Okay, why don't you ask some questions about that? Because I'm having a little trouble understanding.
Sure. Is it your understanding that Dr. Williams used a model to generate his conclusions?
It's my understanding that the figures in Dr. Williams' report are pulled from a model. That's also my understanding that that's the model that we received.
Okay. Was that the HEC HMS model?
Yes,
And a copy of that model was provided to you, right?
correct.
Outside of toggling, now you can toggle from inches to acre feet within the model, right?
Yes, and this is a summary output table. Once you've run the model and I indicated I ran the model without making any changes to the model itself. This is just a toggle and a summary output table for units of those outputs.
So is this essentially a print off of the summary results?
Correct. This is yeah, a summary output table. Yes, it's a printing of the model results.
I understand with regards to 157. You can go on to 158 and 159.
All right. This is way too small, Amy.
That.
Can you bring up 158, Amy? All right. Can you tell us what this is?
Similar to the summary output table, this is a summary output graph. You know, for the same model ran without any modifications made. I don't believe that this table is included in Dr. Williams' report or rebuttal, but there's a summary table in his rebuttal report that indicates the one that we looked at earlier, that indicates the total flood volume being the 94,000 and so on cubic feet per second. This is the summary output graph that shows over time how that volume entered and left the impoundment and what the resulting water surfaces in the impoundment over time were as a result of that inflow model that he provided.
So you didn't make any, let me ask, did you make any changes that in the model in generating this graph?
No, I ran the model as I received it and then grabbed this summary output graph directly from the model.
And so this, then what we have is a print off of the results that were generated by Dr. Williams' model?
Correct. This is a print off of the results in the model.
The same for 159.
159 is actually included in his, I think, his initial report, or at least in part it's included, but it's the same concept. Yes, I ran the model untouched and screen grabbed one of the summary output graphs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cool, Mr. Carlson. And then apparently Ms. Thompson wants to be heard.
Your Honor, we object to the admission of these exhibits on grounds of lack of foundation and also failure to comply with the court's case management order and statute governing expert witnesses. Mr. Trumbull's had Mr. Williams' model since 2024, and these outputs and computations were not part of this witness's previously disclosed expert opinions, which are contained in the trial exhibit 246, the witness's expert declaration.
Okay, Mr. Thompson? We join in that sentence there. Okay, Mr. Cool.
Mr. Trumbull expressed significant concerns both in his report and his testimony already about the calculations used by Dr. Williams in this model, and we are simply highlighting those concerns.
And the witness is certainly entitled to highlight them and to talk about them, but how is the utilization of a model relied on by an opposing party's expert that's been in the custody and been produced pursuant to this court's orders at least a year ago. How are these admissible under the court's orders issued pre-trial related to expert discovery?
Well, the expert discovery was Dr. Williams' model.
Right. Now you have an endorsed expert
Yes,
who you knew was going to testify in rebuttal to the Dr. Williams, I guess.
Williams, yes, you're
Yeah,
right.
Dr. Williams' testimony. But these documents are generated within the last 96 hours.
We view them as print-offs from the model that Dr. Williams had provided in discovery.
I'm going to sustain the objection. 157, 158, and 159 are not admitted. Thank you.
We previously discussed how Dr. Williams had used in his model a number that was roughly 15,000 acre feet less than his total inflow, correct?
Your Honor, objection, lack of admissible foundation, the testimony stemming from the admissible material should also be excluded.
He can testify about what you're actually testified to. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. Frame it in that format, counsel.
Dr. Williams, as we saw previously, Dr. Williams' report said the total inflow was roughly 94,000 acre feet, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, based upon the exam of his model, that in fact, for some of his calculations, he was using roughly 15,000 acre feet less than that figure?
That's correct.
And how would that impact his analysis?
That would route less volume through the Edenville Dam during the same flood. So it would have a tendency to predict lower peak elevations and lower discharges than if the whole volume would have been used.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right. Let me have a moment. Thank you, Mr. Poole. All right. It's but when I have three trial lawyers standing up at the same time, I know I need to be looking up from my notes more often. Mr. Thompson.
Just brief, I didn't want to interrupt brother counsel's examination, but for the record, we'd like to move to strike the testimony that was offered relative to the three exhibits that were rejected from evidence, and we'd like to move to strike that on the ground that it was just offered for the first time. It violates the court's orders. It wasn't part of the report, and it clearly had to do with the admissible one within the last 3 days of those files.
Okay. Do you want to be heard, Mr. Carlson?
We join.
I think
Mr.
they're
Cool.
clearly at least demonstrable, because they're just demonstrating the opinion, the testimony that it was offered.
What is your position, Mr. Cool, as to whether or not that subject, which Mr. Trumbull testified about, that 157, 158, and 159 seek to amplify and or demonstrate or provide clarity about, were those underlying observations, opinions provided that Mr. Trumbull sought to opine, were those provided to the defense in this case in accordance with the court's pretrial discovery orders?
They were provided to the defendants, yes, pursuant to those.
In what manner were those opinions memorialized to the defendants before the commencement of the trial?
You mean defendants or plaintiffs?
No, when were the opinions of Mr. Trumbull that you sought to just introduce provided to the plaintiffs in pre-trial?
In his expert report, in his testimony with here, he had expressed significant concerns about how Dr. Williams calculated the inflows and outflows.
Did he indicate in those reports and or depositions that he believed Dr. Williams' process resulted in incorrect conclusion of the level of the reservoir?
Yes, I think that was the entirety of his testimony, the
right.
principal focus of his testimony and his report.
Mr. Thompson, final comments in support or in addition to the proffered objection and motion to strike?
Let me be clear, the motion to strike is limited. It's limited to the exchange between defense counsel, the expert witness, while the exhibits were on. That is the testimony we're seeking to strike because it was clearly related to the work that was done after the discovery's closed, after the order was entered for disclosure of opinions, and we were not given an opportunity to depose this witness on that matter. I am not seeking to strike the last set of questions that were asked and answered at the end of the examination. I think there was some clarity in terms of asking the witness what his understanding was. So we're very limited. It's just the exchange while the exhibits were on this monitor, and clearly that work that was done in the late hours, what was being discussed, and we were prejudiced and had no chance to respond.
All right, thank you. All right, the motion to strike is respectfully denied for the following reasons. And I appreciate that plaintiff's counsel bringing the matter to my attention with regards to exhibits 157, 158, and 159. I have stricken the exhibits. I do not believe that my very capable plaintiff's counsel would presume to suggest that a lawyer can't have continued discussions with, nor that an expert cannot continue to refine their testimony during the process of the production of proofs. I don't think they're suggesting that. But what we have before the court in the motion to strike, I think when taken to its logical conclusion, could arguably reach that result. And I don't think either the plaintiffs or the defendants are limited in their trial preparation for their experts. Can the opinions be then amplified with demonstrative or substantive reports and or printouts or physical manifestations that were not provided previously? No, they cannot. However, I think that the distilling of the testimony of this witness, the defense counsel as an officer of the court is represented that the nature of the testimony that was just provided in the last 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the court was provided to the defendants, was provided to the plaintiffs in the course of the expert discovery. And I don't hear anything or perceive anything that's taken place in the last 10 days of testimony or in the last 2 years of service on this case that would suggest that the opinions that have just been proffered in response to the plaintiff's expert, Dr. Williams, is anything outside of the heartland of where I would have anticipated and going through in my mind's eye of where do I think the plaintiffs are going in this trial? Where do I think the defendants are going? What is the theory of the plaintiffs in this case? What is the theory of the defendants? Who are the witnesses that the court will have the benefit of their education, training, and experience to evaluate these theories? Nothing which I have heard in the last 1 hour and 15 minutes since we have continued the exam of the witness proffered by the defendants is outside of where I would have anticipated this testimony is going to be. I can't say I've anticipated it for 2 years because I didn't fully understand the theories, I think, of the parties probably until 3 to 6 months into service in this case. But I would say for the last 18 months, this is what I would have anticipated. As a result, I don't think we have surprise or disadvantage. And for those reasons, I think that the ability of both parties to present questions based on how the case develops and has developed in the last 10 days, I think is reasonable. I don't think there's been a violation of the rules of evidence or the court scheduling orders as relates to the answers of the questions. For those, I do think that 157, 158, and 159 are not permissible or admitted. But I don't think the questions themselves are violative of the rules of evidence, the case law addressing expert testimony in the state of Michigan, or this court's own orders. And therefore, I respectfully decline to deny the motion to strike proffered by Attorney Thompson and joined by Attorney Carlson on behalf of both sets of plaintiffs in this matter. That is the court's ruling. That also takes us to about 5 minutes after 10. The defense is rested on their direct for Mr. Trumbull. Our court reporter, Ms. Werner, is with us today. Thank you for being here. And because of the road, she had a bit of a time coming in this morning, like a lot of us. Attorney Juan isn't even here yet, so I hope he's safe. I think it's probably a good time to take a recess. It's a couple minutes after 10. Let's reconvene. If we reconvene at 20 after 10, is that convenient? Does that work for the defense? That work for the plaintiffs?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're in recess until 20 minutes after the hour at 10. Thank you. We want to wait, to do this exam until Mr. Wants here.
No, Your Honor, where did you go?
Oh, geez, where'd you go? Holy cow.
Yeah, right.
My God, it's like my kids. You know, it's like, where'd you come from?
Sorry.
That's all right. I wasn't expecting your voice.
Yeah. Understood.
Okay, but in all seriousness, have a seat, Mr. Trumbull, but if you want to, because defense said they had some pieces of evidence that are basically, I don't want to diminish them, but they're sort of plug and play. I mean, we can fill some time if we needed to, I think. Is that correct?
We could, Your Honor, although Mr. Long emailed earlier to confirm that Mr. Trumbull will be going today, because his plan was to not come earlier this morning.
Oh, all right. Okay.
According to-
I don't, I want to make sure the lawyers understand. I'm not just saying these words. I really mean it. If you all prefer to have, you know, any counsel who's not able to be here right now because of road conditions, we can either A, take a recess for a bit, or B, take some other testimony if there's some available. But it sounds like you all are ready to go.
Ready to go.
Ready to go, Your Honor.
All right. That being the case, it's now 10:22. We'll continue with the exam of Mr. Trumbull. This will be the exam by the plaintiffs. Mr. Trumbull, as I have said to you any number of times since January 12th, while you are on the stand, you are still under oath. So thank you. Please continue, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Mr. Trumbull, good morning.
Good morning.
During your examination today with Mr. Cool, you looked at some provisions of Part 315, the dam safety statute, correct?
Yes,
And the provisions of Part 315, the dam safety statute, were written for the purpose of protecting public safety. Is that right?
that's my understanding. Yes.
And in this context, when you're dealing with something like a high hazard dam, provisions of Part 315 that are designed to protect public safety are designed to protect human life, limb, and property, correct?
Yes, that's also my understanding.
Yeah. And they're designed to be rules that should be followed to make sure that people and their homes and their businesses stay safe, correct?
I believe that's the intent. Yes.
Yeah, and the intent is to keep those people, their homes and their businesses safe if the failure of a dam or something at a dam could endanger them, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, Mr. Trumbull did not write that, and not a legislature, I asked you about the purpose behind the legislature.
Your Honor,
Response.
he spoke for 45 minutes this morning about Part 315. I think we're entitled to go into it.
Well, you sure can ask about 315, but you're asking about what's the intent? And I think we can all the lawyers in this courtroom can agree that there is a substantial body of case law about whether or not intent is even relevant in the interpretation of a statute when the expressio unis exclusio altra theory of statutory interpretation. I mean, what the statute means is my responsibility. Do we agree with that?
We agree.
Okay, so I think you can ask questions about how did the statute animate his actions, or are there actions which you believe the statute should have animated within Mr. Trumbull or within those with whom he serves? But as far as, we don't need to spend a ton of time, I don't think, on what the intent of it was. I'll allow you a few more questions here, but I'm pretty sure what the statute requires is my responsibility to, and duty to conclude in this case. And then it'll be the responsibility and duty of my colleagues on the Michigan Court of Appeals to determine whether or not I was incorrect or correct, depending upon, legal questions obviously are reviewed de novo. So we'll have the benefit of some very smart judges other than me, deciding whether my statutory interpretations and legal determinations are right. So do you get where I'm at?
I do.
Okay. All right. So the ruling for the purposes of the Court of Appeals, my opinion, should be clear as mud. I'm neither sustaining or overruling, but I'm going to allow some more questions, but we're going to not spend a tremendous amount of time on this. So I guess that's technically, I'm overruling your objection at this point, Mr. Cool, but with the lengthy and probably overly lengthy comments I've made on the record. Please go ahead.
Mr. Trumbull, your use of authority and your actions as a dam safety employee at Eagle are governed by the Dam Safety Act, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And in following the Dam Safety Act, when you act in your capacity as an Eagle dam safety official, you act in order to protect human life, limb, and property, correct?
That is the intent, yes.
You indicated, in fact, your examination with Mr. Cool this morning started with sort of the tagline talking about what you did know, information you did have, versus what you did not know and information you did not have. Do you recall that this morning?
Yes.
And when we talk about information and knowledge, what you did have and what you did not have, you would agree that understanding the actual condition of a dam and its embankment stability is important to know. It's important to know those things to know if the dam is safe, correct?
Yes.
And having information about a dam, about its embankment stability, about its structural condition, is important to know, is important to knowing whether the dam is safe or not, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. My first question was, you need to know the embankment stability of the dam generally to know if it's safe, correct?
Yes, embankment stability is a component of dam safety, yes.
And you need to know structural condition of the dam to know if it's safe or not.
Both condition and stability, yes.
And in order to know condition or stability, you need to have information, right?
Yes.
And you testified under examination by Mr. Cool that you had certain items of information, and he went through various years and types of FERC documents with you. You recall that?
I do, yes.
And the implication, I guess, is that there's some information you didn't have, which you would have needed to fully assess the embankment stability and structural condition of the dam. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm just objecting to implications of the questions. I don't think that was a fair question.
Overruled. It's cross-exam. I give a little latitude. So
I think the distinction being that in order to have all the information that the IFT and subsequent experts have had, we would have needed that information, yes.
And you said in this trial that you were not able to get some of the information or all of the information from FERC as easily as you would have wanted to from the time that the dam fell into Eagle jurisdiction and the time that the dam failed.
From FERC or from the dam owner?
Meaning Spicer was getting some of its information from Boyce and you weren't getting everything that they were getting.
That would be, yes, for sure, Spicer had access to more information than we did. We had requested some information, some was provided, we had requested some additional information, which wasn't provided.
Do you agree? I think Mr. Sturdivant testified, you were here when Bill Sturdivant testified,
I was, yes.
that Eagle's revocation of Boyce's license to generate hydropower under the circumstances that FERC was revoking it was a red flag.
I believe that that was his testimony, yes.
You're looking at Mr. Cool. Do you have a question for Mr. Cool?
I was going to object because it was not Eagle that revoked, it was Frank.
Good
Yeah,
point.
I was a little confused by the question.
I misspoke, sorry.
Yep, no,
Do you agree with Mr. Sturdivant's testimony that when FERC revoked it, that was a red flag?
I agree that it was after a long-standing period of noncompliance with federal regulations, and that obviously that pattern of noncompliance is a red flag, yes.
We've talked about how it was known for some time that the dam could not pass 1/2 PMF because it lacked the needed spillway capacity, correct?
As of about February 2019, I think we confirmed that fact, yes.
February
February.
2020?
I'm sorry, yes, February 2020, I'm sorry.
sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, I should let you all answer, ask the questions.
And you'd had that concern that the dam might not pass or be capable of passing 1/2 PMF for some time before it was actually confirmed, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And with those concerns, knowing that the dam may lack sufficient spillway capacity, you agree it's important to understand the structural condition of the dam and the embankment stability of the dam as well, correct?
Yes.
And I think we've seen in this case that when Eagle took over regulation of the Edenville Dam, you felt it needed to quickly assess any known deficiencies with the dam, correct?
I think that the quick assessment, if you're referring to the October site walkthrough, was to see if there were any obvious deficiencies that would lead to that emergency condition where, but I think that there was, I don't quickly, as in we should be getting the information and be able to do that assessment. Yes, I believe that we wanted to get the information as quickly as possible so we could identify any deficiencies that wouldn't be readily visible from a visual walkthrough or a site visit.
Yeah, and do you recall writing an email to Irfan Alvi from the independent forensics team telling him that after the dam fell into Eagle jurisdiction, you wanted to quickly assess any known deficiencies for the dam?
I don't recall that specific email, no.
Who is the person? Efron?
Irfan, IRFAN, Alvi, ALVI.
So do I have team members?
Yes. Craig, could you go to exhibit 176, please? Page 2 of the exhibit. Down at the bottom, Craig, the email from Luke Trumbull to Irfan Alvi and the other IFT members. Mr. Trumbull, exhibit 176 is in evidence. It's an email from you to Irfan Alvi dated Wednesday, November 10th, 2021. Why don't you read the bottom paragraph of your email? And the subject to this email for the record is regarding safety-related inactions of Boyce.
At the time, we took over regulatory jurisdiction at Edenville, in parentheses, late September 2018. We were mostly requesting documentation related to past inspections, safety evaluations, studies, etc., to help quickly assess any known deficiencies with the dam and also make determinations on whether or not the dam was in compliance with state regulatory requirements, which differ from FERC's requirements for high hazard dams.
And as we just talked about, you can take that down, Craig, thanks. As we just talked about, after the dam fell into state regulation, you were trying to get information from FERC and the dam owner to assess the dam's deficiencies, correct?
Yes,
And you weren't getting everything you would have wanted. Fair?
we did make some requests for additional information that we never received, yes.
Now, fortunately, and as you talked about with Mr. Cool extensively during his examination this morning, Michigan's dam safety statute provides a vehicle for Eagle to obtain information regarding the dam's condition through these Part 315 inspection reports, correct?
Yes, in part, yes.
And you indicated in your discussion with Mr. Cool this morning that you had asked several times, starting in 2019, for an inspection report to be submitted from the dam owner and its engineer regarding the Edenville Dam, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you indicated that inspection reports can indicate stability concerns, correct?
Yes, if they identify a stability concern, they would indicate that in the report.
And inspection reports can also indicate, as you told Mr. Cool, reasons for why Eagle will order a drawdown of an impoundment, correct?
It can be part of the calculus when considering whether drawdown is appropriate or not, yes.
Yeah, you testified very clearly this morning with Mr. Cool that, and you gave some examples, I think Village of Holly and one or maybe two others, where you were illustrating the point that an inspection report can tell Eagle something that leads to a drawdown, correct?
Yes, it's an inspection report can include a recommendation for drawdown from the engineer who completes it, yes.
But what you said earlier was that the inspection report can indicate reasons to draw down an impoundment. Is that correct?
I don't know if I used those exact words.
Now, an inspection report can also indicate to Eagle reasons not to raise an impoundment water level, correct?
I would think in the hypothetical situation that an impoundment was drawn down and the engineer who completed that inspection report recommended against not refilling it, that would be a consideration for not refilling, yes.
And even if the engineer doesn't recommend it to you, you as the dam safety engineer from Eagle, reading a dam safety inspection report could say, this report is giving me information that counsels against raising a water level. You could make that determination, correct?
We would raise that concern, and then if enough information was included in the inspection report to make that determination, then yes. If not, we would ask for additional information related to that subject.
So the answer is yes. Based on an inspection report, you could see something that counsels against raising a water level, correct?
Yes.
These inspection reports can identify structural or stability issues that need to be addressed on a dam.
They can, if it's visually observed during that inspection, yes.
And Craig, if you could go to exhibit 176, please. Page 3 of the exhibit. Craig, if you could zoom in on the paragraph which starts at this same time. Four Lakes Task Force. Thanks. Again, Mr. Trumbull, this is the email that you wrote to the independent forensics team explaining some of the background and history regarding Eagle's oversight of this dam. Can you read into the record, please, the sentence beginning prior to the gate test, Eagle instructed?
Prior to the gate test, Eagle instructed FLTF and Boyce to complete a dam safety inspection report to meet the Part 315 dam safety, in parentheses, state dam safety statute requirements and reevaluate spillway capacity, comma, overall safety of the dam, etc. Do you want me to finish the sentence?
Yes, please.
Now that the dam was state regulated.
And then it continues. Go ahead.
It was communicated to Eagle that Spicer would be completing that report and would incorporate the gate test results and any other evaluations FLTF/Spicer would be completing as part of their due diligence prior to taking over ownership of the dams. They expected the report to be completed by the end of 2019.
You instructed Four Lakes Task Force and Boyce to complete a dam safety inspection report prior to the gate test, which was conducted in June of 2019.
I believe that is the date it was completed, yes.
And they told you at that time that you should expect to receive the Part 315 dam safety inspection report by the end of 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And the reason you required this inspection report is because it's important to get a full picture of any issues of dam safety, including spillway capacity, correct?
There's several reasons we require it.
Is that correct? I'm just going to do them one piece at a time.
Okay.
One of the reasons why is because it's important for you to get information regarding issues of dam safety, including spillway capacity, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And another reason is, as you say here, to get a full picture and information regarding overall safety of the dam, which would include embankment stability, correct? You say overall safety.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, that includes embankment stability, correct?
There is, in the inspection report requirements under Part 315, there is no specific mention of embankment stability. There is field inspection, observation of any deficiencies, and a structural stability and hydrology and hydraulics section. So it's not specifically called out in the requirements for the inspection reports that they evaluate embankment stability. It's typical practice that they at least review past information and or identify the need for additional evaluations in their inspection reports.
So if there's need for embankment stability analysis, you would expect that to be reported in the dam safety inspection report, correct?
If the engineer who is completing that evaluation and review of past documents believes that that's the case, then they would include that in the report, yes.
And you would expect to see that, right?
If that was their determination, yes.
And the reason you require this inspection report is because you needed to know more about the Edenville Dam, correct?
Not entirely, no.
You had everything you needed to know? You didn't need any more information about spillway capacity and overall safety of the dam?
No, I said not entirely. So partially, yes. And then it's also required by law that it gets inspected occasionally. And that that's so that we have the most up-to-date information as well.
You did not get this report by the end of 2019, is that correct?
No, we did not.
And we've already talked today about how in January-ish, early February of 2020, you determined conclusively that the dam was not capable of passing 1/2 PMF because of the lack of spillway capacity, right?
That's correct.
And at that time, You were told that you'd be receiving this dam safety inspection report in March of 2020, correct?
I believe there was one email from Spicer indicating that we would receive it in March.
Craig, why don't we look at Exhibit 145, please? Mr. Trumbull, Exhibit 145 is an email from Ron Hansen to you and other recipients on February 7th, 2020. And if you look at the first paragraph of this exhibit, it says, Luke, regarding the Part 315 report, my goal is to submit by the end of March. We are meeting with structural and geotechnical engineers from GEI on February 11 and we'll be seeking input from them as well, correct?
Yes, that's what the email says.
Craig, if you look at, if you put up Exhibit 146, please. Exhibit 146, Mr. Trumbull, is your email responding to Mr. Hansen. And you sent this response on February 10th, 2020. In the third to last paragraph, which starts, as for the Edenville Dam, you say the critical issue at hand is the current lack of spillway capacity, correct?
Yes, that's what I said.
And about halfway through the paragraph, you indicate, quote, the forthcoming Part 315 inspection report should identify any existing deficiencies and recommend a time frame in which those should be addressed, correct?
Correct.
And that refers to the Part 315 inspection report that Mr. Hansen was telling you would be coming in March, right?
That is correct.
Craig, can you put up Exhibit 214, please, page 5? The bullet that says February 7, 2020, please. Mr. Trumbull, plaintiff's Exhibit 214 has been previously identified and admitted as an email from you to the independent forensics team, giving them a timeline of Eagle's involvement with the Edenville Dam. And you tell the independent forensics team that on February 7, 2020, you received that email from Mr. Hansen, correct?
That is correct.
And consistent with that, he indicated to you that the dam safety inspection report would be submitted at the end of March, correct?
That is correct.
And that it would include conclusions and recommendations, spillway capacity, as well as ongoing geotechnical investigations and other due diligence Four Lakes Task Force was performing as part of acquiring the dams, correct?
That's correct.
That was the information that you expected to receive in the form of this Part 315 inspection report?
It is my understanding that GEI and Spicer were looking at all aspects of dam safety, including geotechnical stability, structural stability, hydraulic capacity, any other safety concerns. So I believe that the wording of geotechnical investigations is probably incorrect in my email. I was not aware that they were doing additional geotechnical investigations, but they were doing ongoing evaluations of past materials and identifying what if any additional investigations needed to be completed.
And a geotechnical investigation would be meant to uncover embankment stability issues, correct?
It would be meant to identify whether or not embankment stability issues existed, yes.
And you did not get the Part 315 dam safety inspection report in March of 2020 either, correct?
No,
Sorry.
Thanks, Craig. You can take that down.
Did Mr. Trumbull answer that question
You did.
while I was coughing? Sorry.
Mr. Trumbull, you did not get the Part 315 inspection report in March of 2020 either, correct?
no, we did not.
And Eagle issued the permit authorizing the refill activity at Wixom Lake on April 9, 2020, despite not having the Part 315 inspection report, correct?
That's correct.
What was the date again? Was it 9 April?
9 April, correct.
Thanks.
There was nothing preventing Eagle from putting the brakes on and slowing that permit process down to wait for the Part 315 inspection report to be received, correct?
I mean, there's statutory requirements in which we make permit decisions. And I think we would have needed some justification for doing so, but theoretically, it is feasible that the Eagle could have delayed that decision.
It's not your testimony that there was a deadline of April 9th by which Eagle had to decide to authorize that refill activity through the permit, correct?
I did not, I would have to look back at the submittal dates and reference the Part 313 deadlines to make that. I wouldn't have that information today, so I couldn't say yes or no.
Or what? 13?
Yes. Part 13 are the part of the statute that governs permit deadlines, sorry.
The Spicer report recommended an embankment stability analysis, correct?
Are you talking about the January whatever, sorry, the Part 315 inspection report that Spicer Group submitted?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, it did recommend geotechnical evaluations.
Including an embankment stability analysis, correct?
I'd have to look to see what exactly the words are, but yeah, some form of geotechnical evaluation.
Craig, why don't you put up exhibit 104, page 8? Mr. Trumbull, showing you the Spicer Part 315 report, does this refresh your recollection that Spicer said, quote, an embankment stability analysis is recommended?
Yes, that is what it says.
And Craig, if you go to page 9, please. Under structural stability. Spicer also wrote in this inspection report under structural stability, quote, presently the FLTF engineering team is prepared to complete a structural stability analysis. The results will be submitted to Eagle upon completion, end quote. Is that what the report stated?
That is what the report states.
And you testified earlier in this trial that an embankment stability analysis is more reliable than just a visual observation of the condition of a dam, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
It involves looking at things like embankment dimensions, soil types, conditions of the soils in the embankment, things like that.
Yes,
And it would also, or could involve running a loading analysis during normal and flood loading conditions, correct?
typically, yes.
the independent forensics team concluded that the failure of the Edenville Dam was foreseeable and preventable. You agree with that?
Um, in the context that they said that, yes,
You agree that they said it, correct?
it says something to that nature in the report, yes.
And do you agree with the substance of that conclusion, that the failure of the dam was foreseeable and preventable?
I agree to that into the context of a deep diving evaluation that happened years after or, in part, 2 years after the failure occurred, that was the conclusion of that report, yes.
Craig, why don't we bring up Defense Exhibit 106, page 5. In the paragraph, Craig, fourth paragraph, with respect to the human judgments. Mr. Trumbull, where the IFT writes, quote, with respect to the human judgments, decisions, actions, and inactions during the project history leading up to the May 2020 event, the dam failures were foreseeable and preventable, end quote. You agree with that conclusion from IFT, correct?
Yeah, all things considered in the IFT report, I think that's a fair statement.
And further down in this paragraph, you see where it says the embankments were also constructed in some locations, including the failure location with steep downstream slopes that did not meet modern requirements for stability factors of safety, end quote.
Yes.
And you have no reason to disagree with that conclusion by the IFT either, correct?
Not after reading their report, no.
And IFT reports that the embankment stability analyses that were performed for 2 locations where there were specific stability or seepage concerns, those analyses were not sufficient in scope to evaluate the stability of the entire 6,000-foot length of the Edenville embankments, correct?
That is what the report says.
And it concludes that if the stability deficiency on the failure section, if that vulnerability had been recognized, it could have been remediated by slope flattening or buttressing, which the dam owners would have been able to afford and which had already been done at other locations. This remediation likely would have prevented the embankment failure. Do you agree with that conclusion as well?
Based on the contents of this report and the other analyses that have come subsequent, I don't have any reason to disagree.
Craig, if you go to page 10 of the exhibit, please. That third paragraph on the page, which says the IFT's analysis. Mr. Trumbull, the IFT concluded, quote, the IFT's analysis indicates that if stability analysis had been completed for the Edenville East Embankment where the failure occurred with its steep downstream slope, that embankment section would have been identified as having stability factors of safety significantly less than recommended minimum values. You agree with that conclusion of the IFT, Mr. Trumbull?
I agree that that's what their analysis indicates, yes.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that analysis?
No.
And they say this likely would have resulted in a recommendation for slope flattening or a buttress. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I wouldn't disagree. If this issue would have been brought to our attention by the consultants, we would have likely asked them to come up with a plan to address it, and that might have been flattening or buttressing, or it might have been something else. But if that recommendation to complete a stability analysis or make repairs would have been made, then this might have been a consideration, yes.
The IFT continues, quote, since similar slope modifications had been constructed at other sections of the Edenville Dam embankments, it is likely they would also have been constructed at the Edenville East embankment, end quote. You testified almost 2 weeks ago now that you observed the fact that there was a filter berm buttressing the right side of the Edenville embankment, correct?
In certain areas, yes.
And you recognize that before the dam failed, right?
Yes.
And IFT concludes that such embankment modifications would have very likely prevented the static liquefaction failure by reducing the static shear stresses, end quote. Do you have any reason to disagree with that conclusion of the independent forensics team?
I don't have any reason to disagree with that.
Craig, exhibit 163 of the exhibit, please. There you go. Mr. Trumbull, this top paragraph in speaking about geotechnical analysis to determine embankment stability. The IFT concludes, quote, had this analysis been completed by the consultants, it would likely have led to either further investigation of that section or directly to modification of that section. The IFT is confident that further investigation would have confirmed the low factors of safety. Do you agree with that conclusion of the independent forensics team?
I agree that that's a possibility. Yeah, if that analysis would have been completed, it may very well have confirmed the low factor of safety.
And do you agree with IFT's conclusion that the modifications that would have come out of that analysis, flattening or a berm, would have prevented the development of the failure mechanism, even if you couldn't predict specifically that static liquefaction would happen? Any reason to disagree with that?
I don't have any reason to disagree, no.
At the end of 2019, at a time when you had already requested submission of the Part 315 inspection report, but had not received it, Boyce had drawn the water down on Wixom Lake by about 8 feet, correct?
I believe it was closer to 6 or 6.5 feet, but they hadn't.
You told the independent forensics team that they had drawn it down approximately 8 feet, correct?
Yeah, but that was incorrect in the what I had reported.
In the lawsuit that Eagle and DNR filed in court against Boyce on April 30th, 2020, they said that Boyce had lowered the water by 8 feet, correct?
I'm not aware of what that lawsuit says.
In any event, at that time, December of 2019, when you thought you'd be getting the report but hadn't gotten it, they had drawn down the water beyond what was approved as the normal winter water level, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And then in February 2020, when you're promised the report again, they tell you you'll have it in March of 2020, correct?
I believe that's what the email indicated, yes.
And if they had gotten that report to you in March 2020, as they had indicated, you would have been able to review it and process the information in the inspection report before the permit was issued authorizing the refill of Wixom Lake on April 9, 2020, correct?
Response.
I just want to know if he had gotten the report in March as they had planned, would he have been able to review it before they issued the permit?
Overruled. Go ahead. Answer the question, please.
It's possible, depending on when it was received in March and when the permit was issued, that it could have been reviewed, at least in part.
And there was nothing that prevented you or anyone at Eagle from pausing for a few weeks and reaching out to Boyce or Four Lakes Task Force or Spicer and saying, we've got a permit pending to refill Wixom Lake, but we don't have the Part 315 inspection report. Please get it to us, right?
As I stated earlier, if there was any indication that that was necessary or, barring any statutory requirements to make a permit decision before then, it's feasible that that could have happened.
So nothing preventing you from reaching out to them and saying, hey, we need your Part 315 inspection report. We've got a permit to refill the lake. You could have reached out and asked them for it, correct?
I believe we already did reach out and ask them for it, but with respect to timing, there's nothing that I'm aware of that would have prevented some delay.
You were here in the courtroom when John France testified. Is that correct?
I believe for a portion of his testimony, yes.
For the other portions of his testimony where you weren't present here in the courtroom, were you able to watch it over video?
In part, I believe I was traveling during part of it.
And Mr. France testified as a witness for the defendants, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was called by the defendant, yes.
And you were here in the courtroom when Bill Sturdivant testified as a witness for the plaintiffs, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that both Mr. France, the defendant's witness, and Mr. Sturdivant, the plaintiff's witness, have testified that they agreed with the independent forensics team that providing a berm or a buttress or flattening would have been feasible and affordable and a relatively quick fix for embankment stability at Edenville?
I recall Mr. France stating something similar to that. I don't recall that specific discussion in Mr. Sturdivant's testimony.
And you have no reason to disagree with Mr. France when he says that, correct?
No.
And Mr. France and Mr. Sturdivant, like the independent forensics team, testified that a stability analysis would have indicated or confirmed low factors of safety for embankment stability at Edenville, correct?
I believe they used the word likely, but yes,
And you agree with that testimony as well, correct?
I believe that, yes, if as they contemplate in the report, if such a evaluation had been completed, it would have likely yielded those results.
And you agree with the independent forensics team and Mr. France and Mr. Sturdivant that the berm or the slope flattening would likely have prevented the dam failure, correct?
I would have to see the details of what exactly they had in mind, but it's definitely feasible that something along those lines could have provided the necessary stability to survive that failure, yes.
You would agree that Eagle should have waited for the Part 315 inspection report before it authorized the refill of Wixom Lake in April of 2020, correct?
No,
Don't you think it would have been a good idea to wait?
I don't think that the recommendations of that inspection report would have changed that decision process in any way.
So it wouldn't have been a good idea to wait to see what it recommended?
I mean, it's we had been talking with Spicer and that group the whole time, so there was no major surprises in the inspection report that came out post-failure.
Weren't surprised when they told you that an embankment stability analysis was recommended. That was not surprising, was it?
They, not particular, there was,
And not particularly surprising because the need for an embankment stability analysis was probably pretty well recognized at that point, correct?
no, because they had indicated they were intending to do geotechnical evaluation, structural evaluation, hydraulic evaluation, operational evaluation as part of their due diligence in assisting Four Lakes Task Force with the purchase of that dam. So it wasn't a surprise in the fact that they had indicated that they were looking into those sort of things as part of that due diligence process.
And not a surprise that they were going to recommend that an embankment stability analysis be completed as they wrote in their report, correct?
Not terribly surprising, no.
Mr. Trumbull, in front of you there is Exhibit 246, which is your expert report in this case. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
You issued this report on January 30, 2025, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And your report describes your opinion and the points where you believe were flawed in Dr. Williams' opinions in this case, correct?
I raised several concerns about his report, yes.
And you raised concerns about Dr. Marr's report, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you raised concerns about Mr. Sturdivant's opinions in this case as well, correct?
That is also correct, yes.
Dr. Williams used a hydrologic model, HMS, for his analysis, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And as we saw earlier today, under examination from Mr. Cool, you received the actual digital model that Dr. Williams and his colleague, Gerald Blackler, used for their hydrologic model, correct?
I received a model that I presume to be the same that they used, and when I ran the model for the same scenarios that were reported in his report, the results did match, yes.
And so you were able to execute Dr. Williams' model, put in variables that you wanted to put into it to see if changing those variables would change the results. You had that ability.
Yes and no, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could change variables if I decided to, yes.
And the statements and opinions set forth in your expert report in this case are not based on a separate hydrologic model to put up against Dr. Williams' model, correct?
No, I did not create a separate model. I did run Dr. Williams' model with a starting elevation of 670.
We'll
with
talk
other
about that.
changes. Okay,
We'll talk about that. But that was running Dr. Williams' model, not creating your own separate hydrologic model to put up against his, correct?
I had not created a separate model, no.
And your testimony in this case is not based on a separate model.
No, it's observations of Dr. Williams' models and what I understand from the IFT's model as well.
Your observations, right? And
Yeah.
your understanding of the IFT model, because as we talked about back on January 13th, you did not receive the model files for the IFT model, correct?
I did not, no.
Dr. Marr also used two different kinds of models, a three-dimensional and a two-dimensional model, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you received both of Dr. Marr's models, the 2D and the 3D?
I personally didn't receive them, no.
Were they provided to the defense as part of this case?
I don't know.
You testified earlier that you're not a geotechnical engineer, correct?
I am not.
And the statements in your declaration and your testimony in this trial are not based on a separate geotechnical engineering model, either a 3D or a 2D model to put up against Dr. Mars, correct?
I'm not aware of any. I did not rely on any other models, no.
And so you don't have a competent 3D or 2D model to put up against Dr. Mars' opinions in this case?
I do not know.
And you're not aware of a competent hydrologic model that you're going to put up against Dr. Williams' model in this case, just your observations about what he did, correct?
That is correct.
Dr. Williams came to court to testify in this trial, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And the days are running together, I must admit, but you were not here on the day, here in court physically the day that Dr. Williams testified, correct?
I was not.
Were you able to log on and watch Dr. Williams' testimony either live in real time as he was giving it or after it had been recorded?
I was following along for the most part, but I believe there were a couple interruptions. But yes, I was able to log in and either watch in real time or review.
Have you reviewed a transcript of his testimony from trial?
Not a printed transcript. I did do a word search in the YouTube transcript. I did not review the whole transcript.
And you were not you're not here present physically in court on the day that Dr. Marr testified either, correct?
No, I was not.
And were you able to watch Dr. Marr's trial testimony from this courtroom either live or recorded through YouTube?
Some combination of the two, yes.
And did you look at a YouTube generated transcription or any other transcription of Dr. Marr's testimony?
I did not.
An Eagle employee named Susan Greiner assisted you in reviewing Dr. Williams' opinions, is that correct?
She performed a review and then generated some runoff curve number calculations, but no direct assistance with the review, but to that extent, yes.
Ms. Greiner's testimony hasn't been played yet, but it's going to be presented in this trial by video. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And have you had a chance to watch the video recording of Ms. Greiner's trial testimony for this case?
I have not, no.
Have you had a chance to review the transcript or read the transcript of what will be Ms. Greiner's trial testimony in this trial?
I have not, no.
In your report and in your testimony, you say that Dr. Williams miscalculated the size of the watershed that included Wixom Lake. Is that correct?
I indicated that the results of the delineations differed between the two reports.
And the first point you make is that it differs in terms of size, correct?
I believe there was 11 square miles of additional watershed that was included in Dr. Williams' analysis that wasn't included in the IFT's analysis of the same delineation of the same watershed.
So Mr. Williams used a larger watershed than IFT?
Slightly. I mean, it's 950 square miles, so it's marginally larger.
And your other point of observation with Dr. Williams' opinion is that Dr. Williams assigned the wrong characteristics to the watershed, meaning the wrong land use characteristics and soil characteristics, correct?
Not exactly. I asserted in the report that we could not recreate the runoff curve, the base runoff curve numbers that Dr. Williams' analysis had predicted.
And those base runoff curve numbers are a combination of watershed size and watershed characteristics in terms of land use and soil, right?
And a few other factors, but yes.
So regarding the area of the watershed, to determine the watershed size, Dr. Williams used a computer program called Watershed Management System, or WMS. Is that your understanding?
From his report, that's my understanding, yes.
And your report does not indicate what source of information Dr. Williams should have used to determine the size of the watershed or drainage area. Is that correct?
No, I don't think the report makes any recommendations on what Dr. Williams should have used. It's just saying that when we recreate those delineations, we don't get the same, or when the IFT recreated those delineations, they don't get the same area of those delineated subbasins.
Your report does not state what source of information Eagle or you or Susan Griner used to determine the size of the watershed or drainage area, correct?
I don't know if I explicitly say that in the report, but yeah.
And the computer program that Dr. Williams used to determine the size of the drainage area or watershed, WMS, is industry standard, correct?
I wouldn't say that. In certain, certain programs used to delineate watersheds, you have to check what the underlying topography information is. And it's sometimes if the best available topography is not available to that program, it will use something that's inferior.
Sometimes, but the WMS software contains that topography information in it, correct?
It would be relying on the national elevation data set typically, and the national elevation data set is not always the best available topography.
You had,
I'm sorry.
are you saying that the data from WMS that Mr. Williams would have used to model the size of this watershed was not accurate in some way?
That's not what I said. I said that we would need to confirm the topography that's used in the model to have any confidence that it's predicting and using the best available information. And it's not always the case.
As to the size of the watershed, Eagle did not have any general information system or GIS data for the watershed, correct?
No, that's not correct.
If Susan Griner testifies that they didn't have GIS data for the watershed, you disagree with that testimony?
We have GIS information for any watershed that's been delineated and passed. So I would need to confirm, but I would be very surprised, since flood flow calculations and delineations have been performed on this watershed, that information does exist.
And would the GIS information also be in the WMS software that Dr. Williams used?
Eagle's GIS information?
Oh, let me step back. Different institutions can have different GIS information. It's not one source of data.
No, there's multiple sources of topography data. And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, you're gonna have to excuse me. I was a film major.
Yeah,
So there are multiple sources of GIS information. Eagle could use one source, Dr. Williams could use another, correct?
that potentially, yes.
All right. And you're not here to say that Dr. Williams should have used a different set of information than he actually did, correct?
No, I'm here to say that when we can't recreate the same information, we would need additional information to understand who's using the best information and which source is more reliable.
Eagle does not have the WMS software that Dr. Williams used. Is that correct?
I believe we have access to it from, it's an industry software that's available. I don't think that our folks typically use the WMS software in practice to delineate watersheds.
At some point, Eagle, I don't know if it was you or Susan or both of you, decided to use information from the Williams report regarding the area of the watershed and do something called geo-referencing it. Do you recall geo-referencing the Williams watershed?
I did not do any georeferencing directly, no.
Are you aware that Ms. Griner did?
I'm unclear on the details of all the analysis that she did, but I would think that her testimony would speak to that if she did.
So she said that she used this georeferencing process to compare the watershed that Dr. Williams had delineated to what she thought it should be. You would defer to her testimony on that.
Yes,
And so she said that this process involved sort of drawing an outline of what she thought the watershed would be delineated in terms of shape and size, and then dragging that image on a computer over Mr. Williams and sort of eyeballing it. You wouldn't have any reason to disagree with her characterization or description of what she did.
that would be a feasible process if somebody was trying to compare two separate delineations, yes.
And were you present with her, either in person or remotely during any of those georeferencing actions trying to line up her delineation with Mr. Williams or Dr. Williams?
I was not present, no.
If Ms. Griner testifies in this trial that Eagle did not have any longitude or latitude information to see where the watershed area would fit in terms of geographical parameters, would you agree or have any reason to disagree with that testimony?
I'm not exactly, I'm assuming, I don't exactly understand the question, but I could make an assumption and answer if you'd prefer.
I don't want you to make an assumption. Ms. Griner said that Eagle didn't have latitude or longitude information, and so they needed to try to find another way to see how these different delineations of the watershed lined up. Does that sound familiar to you in terms of a process that Eagle might use?
It sounds something that we do when georeferencing, if we don't have specific point data with latitude and longitude, that you would pick out points and georeference to those points. If you could pick out the same point on both maps, you would pick those out and georeference that way.
And were you involved with Susan Griner in the process of looking for landmarks that you would recognize within the watershed to, eyeball where those fall and see if they sync up with the delineation of the drainage area?
I was not a part of that process, no.
Do you know a person named Mina Kukuk?
I do, yes.
And if she's watching, I'm sorry if I got the last name wrong. Did I say it correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Were you present with Susan Griner and Mina Kukuk when they did their analysis and put the delineation of the watershed into a spreadsheet to compare with Dr. Williams?
I was not, no.
It's not your testimony or opinion in this case that Dr. Williams made a scientific or technical error by using the WMS program for this process, correct?
No, that's not my testimony, no.
And it's not your testimony that instead of using the WMS software to delineate the shape and size of the watershed, that Mr. Williams should have used georeferencing or landmarks the way that Ms. Griner did, correct?
That would not, to my knowledge, that would not have been the way that Ms. Griner did perform the delineation. But in any case, I'm not testifying that Dr. Williams should have used one methodology over the other, just that there were a difference between the two.
Were you aware that in 2016, Ms. Griner had delineated the same watershed and calculated its size or its area to be 940.5 square miles?
I'm not specifically aware of the exact details, but I do recall seeing a flood flow estimate from 2016 that typically would involve that process that you're describing, yes.
What's our next exhibit number? Our next exhibit number, anyone know? Yeah, available number.
We haven't gone to infinity yet, so I'm pretty sure.
Is it the supplemental?
Supplemental.
Okay, all right. Well, and hopefully there'll be no objection. Your Honor, can I approach the witness?
Right, just make sure, Mr. Cool knows what you're showing the witness.
For the record, Your Honor, I'm showing the witness, plaintiff's proposal exhibit 431. It's the supplemental rebuttal report from Dr. Williams, dated May 23rd, 2025. Mr. Cool has sort of told me here off the record that they've already marked it and introduced it, so hopefully.
What's the number for you all, Mr. Cool?
I'm sorry, Don, just.
Sure. No, why don't you figure it out?
Is this his second rebuttal report? Or is it first?
Yeah, the second one, which he calls supplemental.
Okay, sorry, this is not the.
Right.
We have no.
Thank you.
All right.
Your
No
Honor.
objection to Dr. Williams' May 23rd, 2025 supplemental rebuttal report. Correct? Without objection, you may approach the witness, you may examine the witness and exhibit. Mr. Cool, we can admit the exhibit?
Yeah.
All right, the exhibit is admitted. If you want to approach counsel.
Thank you.
While you're at it, those three, back to Mr. Cool, that'd be great as well. All right, please proceed.
Mr. Trumbull, in 2025, when Susan Greiner was asked to assist you in developing your opinions about and observations about Dr. Williams and his opinions, she calculated a total drainage area of this watershed as being 974.47 miles. Is that correct?
I would have to double check that number.
Were you aware that Dr. Williams found a total drainage area of 938.6 square miles?
That number sounds correct.
Any reason to disagree with that?
No reason to disagree.
Any reason to disagree that the independent forensics team came up with a total drainage area the size of 941.3 square miles?
That also sounds correct. I'd have double checked.
What was Dr. Williams?
938.6.
Yeah, you said Ms. Greiner's was 9.
74.47. And Mr. Trumbull, again, the independent forensics team's number was 941.3. Is that correct?
That's what it says here, and that sounds like what I remember from the IFT report.
So Dr. Williams' 938.6 is pretty close to the IFT's 941.3, correct?
I agree, yes.
And both of those numbers are pretty close to what Susan Greiner had modeled back in 2016, where she said the watershed area was 940.5 square miles, correct?
I don't have that number in front of me, but that sounds correct.
And the largest delineated watershed or drainage area that anyone computed after the dam failure was Eagles which was 974.47, correct?
It very well could be. I haven't seen that figure, but
And I think that your opinion, as set forth in your report, is that even that larger drainage area, the difference is really kind of slight. It doesn't make very much of a difference, correct?
yeah, I believe that was the conclusion. It was 11 additional square miles when you're comparing the IFT to the Dr. Williams, and that's a small difference.
And after the, regardless of how one delineates the size of the watershed and the land and soil characteristics of the watershed, once those numbers are arrived at, they're put into a hydrologic model, either HEC HMS or HEC RAS, correct?
Correct. There's usually one additional step before, which would be to determine which portions of that delineated watershed are contributing and which ones are non-contributing. Some depressions don't fill up and contribute water, so those are typically removed from the total drainage area. But yes, once you've confirmed the contributing drainage area, you would put that into both of those models.
And
Well,
the watershed size and its characteristics will yield an input called runoff curve number, or RCN, correct? Curve number?
that's not typically, the only portion that's determined by drainage area is what the curve number for each sub-basin would be. So there's a process of determining curve number based on soil type, land use, and some other parameters. And then that gets weighted by the portion of that area that has that curve number for a overall composite runoff curve number typically.
Okay. And you would agree that once Ms. Greiner had calculated this larger watershed area and had that determined, she did not run the larger watershed area through a model to see if it had any actual impact on runoff values, correct?
No, she just looked at the calculations that our calculation, Eagle calculations for producing base runoff curve numbers to see if those are in the same vicinity of the base numbers that Dr. Williams had calculated.
And as we talked about earlier, Eagle could have done a model using either HEC HMS or HEC RAS and produced it as part of its proof in this trial, correct?
Yeah, we have the capability to do so, yes.
And if you wanted to rebut Dr. Williams' model, you could produce a competent model of your own to rebut him, right?
It is within my ability to do so, yes.
And Eagle's model could have produced the same results as Dr. Williams, or it could have produced different results, correct?
Yes, both of those are feasible.
And without competent model to look at, we just don't know, right?
No, I would not agree entirely. I think that there's enough uncertainty and disagreement with some of the parameters that were used in Dr. Williams' models that it's reasonable to expect that the results would be different. And there's also reason to believe that Dr. Williams' model underpredicts flood volume and peak reservoirs for the hypothetical scenarios that he ran in his analysis. So
And we'll talk about that, but you would agree that, your observations of looking at the variables that Dr. Williams used and saying, if they would have been changed here, would have been changed there, they likely would have produced a different outcome. That's not the same as coming to court with your own competent model to put forward, correct?
no, those two things are not the same.
And do you agree that neither you nor Susan Greiner quantified the difference that the 1% change in watershed area would make in terms of increasing or decreasing the amount of water that would end up in Wixom Lake out of this watershed?
No. Sorry, I would agree that neither one of us did that exercise. Sorry.
Within the watershed, there are things called sub-basins, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Susan Greiner ran her own calculations based on her delineations of the sub-basins in the watershed, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And then she compared her sub-basins to the sub-basins in the Williams model, one by one, sub-basin by sub-basin, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you indicated in your report that there were two particular sub-basins that Dr. Williams had underestimated in terms of their size. Is that right?
I think it reported several where there was more than a 10% difference, and then a couple, maybe two, that were significantly larger. The calculated difference in area, drainage area for each one of those subdivisions was more than the rest.
And even when you look at those differences, you say that the increase of flow from the watershed into Wixom Lake would not, these are your words, be wildly higher, correct?
That's correct. The difference in total drainage area wasn't very large. So if one sub-basin is slightly larger or slightly smaller, I wouldn't expect to see drastically different results.
And I think you said the difference in total or aggregate watershed area was like 1%, around that.
So yes, 11 square miles, whatever that is, divided by 950, in the range of 1 to 2%, yes.
And that's why you say, even if those sub-basins are different, it wouldn't be expected to yield wildly higher flows.
There'd be slightly different flow coming from each one of the sub-basins at different time, but in the grand scheme of things, not a huge difference.
So we've talked about watershed size or the size of the drainage area. Let's talk about watershed characteristics. Watershed characteristics are things like land use and soil type, correct?
That is correct.
And this is the part of your opinion where you say Dr. Williams and the IFT begin to differ in a significant way. Is that right?
Not exactly.
That's not what you say in your report? This is where they begin to differ in a significant way?
The IFT did not use runoff curve number for computing losses. They used an infiltration rate. So in that essence, they do differ, but they did not, the IFT, they used two different methods for estimating loss in each one of the subbasins.
You say that Dr. Williams' model is based on too much infiltration into the land surrounding Wixom Lake, and therefore too little inflow or runoff of water into Wixom Lake, correct?
I don't believe I ever used those words, no.
Am I accurately describing your opinion?
No,
Okay. The land use and soil characteristics that Dr. Williams used in his model were built into the WMS software that we talked about earlier. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And that information would be taken out of the WMS software and then be input into the HEC HMS to come up with a hydrologic model, correct?
Initially, yes, that would be your first run, would be to input the calculated runoff curve numbers, time of concentration, drainage areas, all those things that are necessary to perform an SCS type analysis in HEC HMS.
Dr. Williams testified in this trial that the land use and soil characteristics that Eagle used to attack his report essentially assumed that all of the land in the watershed was comprised of like fully developed suburban residential property, essentially 1/3 acre residential lots. Do you recall that?
I recall some of that language, yes.
Do you agree that the runoff behavior of the watershed, as you determined it to be, behaved like fully developed suburban residential lots?
The runoff curve values that were determined by our hydrologic studies folks are pretty typical for that area in the range of, I believe, 70 to 80 as a runoff curve number, based on the analysis they do, which uses the most current soil data and land use land cover information that we have. So I don't, if you saw the way it's done at Eagles, there's within those subbasins, there's multiple different polygons for each type of land use and each type of soil use. Those get overlaid to calculate runoff curve number for very small areas of land within the subbasin, and then those get a weighted average for the subbasin. So the aggregate of those, if you wanted to then compare to published values, might be similar to a residential area as described. But in reality, some of the very smaller areas within the subbasin will have a much higher, closer to 100 runoff curve number where it's pavements and roofs and things like that. And then certain areas of the polygon where it's forested or other types of land uses, it would be much higher. So the aggregate base runoff curve number calculated using the Eagle methodology produced something on the order typically of 70 to 80, roughly.
Dr. Williams' model also used polygons. I think he refers to them as grid cells. Is that correct?
Are you talking about the software he used to delineate the subbasins, or?
Yeah, in that Dr. Williams' model, the delineation includes polygons. He calls them grid cells, right? There's like 1,968 grid cells that he used.
I would have to review that specific line to understand fully.
You said your hydrologic studies folks, was that Susan Greiner and Mina Kukuk?
Yes, those are typically who process those requests, yes.
And you say that using the most current soil and land use cover data to determine underlying soil type and land use cover, Dr. Williams used the National Land Use Cover Database from the U.S. Geological Survey. Is that correct?
That's my understanding from his report. Again, we didn't receive or review the actual inputs to the model that he used to determine those numbers. So assuming what he's reported is correct, then yes.
And your declaration and your testimony does not state what source of information Dr. Williams should have used to determine soil type and land use other than the land use cover survey from USGS, correct?
Similar to what I said earlier, when we do two separate sets of calculations and come up with different answers, we would first check the underlying input. So we would look at the WMS model that Dr. Williams used to verify that there's multiple versions of that database that you're talking about, that it's using the most recent version. And that would be one source, a potential source of those differences would be if we're not using the same underlying data, we'd want to confirm that the data that went into the model was the most up to date.
Right, which is why I asked you the question. Your opinion in your testimony does not identify a different source of information that Dr. Williams should have used other than the database from USGS, correct?
That database we do use, assuming it's the most up-to-date version.
And is that that's the same version that the hydrologic folks or hydrology folks at Eagle, Susie and Mina would have used when you say using the most current up-to-date land use cover information.
Correct. I'd have to check the year, but they do, when updated information from USGS becomes available, they do use that information.
So as far as you know, Dr. Williams and Eagle use the same source of information.
I would have to confirm, but it would be from the same source. I just would have to confirm by reviewing the exact data that Dr. Williams used and what our hydrologic studies folks used to confirm that they were the same vintage, that they were the same release and the most up to date.
Were you involved in the process of determining with Ms. Greiner that based on the land use and soil types in this watershed, less water would be captured and more would run off into Wixom Lake?
I'm not sure I can answer your question. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Were you aware that she made a determination that based on the land use and soil types, less water would be captured and more water would be run off into the lake?
I'm not aware of her using that terminology.
Ms. Greiner did not rerun the HEC HMS model with any different runoff curve numbers to see how they would actually affect the water level in Wixom Lake, correct?
No, she did not.
And Ms. Greiner did not generate any alternative inflow hydrographs using different runoff curve numbers, correct?
No, she did not.
And Ms. Greiner did not test any of those runoff curve numbers against any USGS gauge data or observed lake levels, correct?
No, she did not to my knowledge.
You understand that Dr. Williams testified that when he put the runoff curve numbers from Susan Greiner's calculation into his model, it more than doubled the amount of water that would run off into Wixom Lake?
I understand that is what he states in his rebuttal report, yes. It's slightly less than double, but it does it does increase the runoff volume significantly, yes.
And you agree that if you put those runoff curve numbers into Dr. Williams' model without changing anything else, it comes close to doubling the amount of runoff going into the lake?
I understand that if you did that scenario, that would be the case, yes.
And Dr. Williams stated that he was unable to calibrate that amount of runoff with observed data to see if it matched known conditions at the time of the flood, correct?
That's his statement. I wouldn't expect that he would be able to.
Would or would not?
I don't expect that he would be able to.
You don't expect he'd be able to calibrate that amount of runoff with observed data?
No, and it wouldn't be improper to do so.
It would be improper to try to calibrate it?
Yes,
Why would that be improper?
because much in the same way that Dr. Williams adjusted his runoff curve numbers after the initial calculations to calibrate to those observed data, the same thing would need to be done with those base runoff curve numbers. No one ever suggested from Eagle that Dr. Williams use those numbers in any type of model. The only suggestion was that when we calculate the base runoff curve numbers, we do not get the same numbers.
And Eagle did not calibrate its base runoff curve numbers, correct?
No.
With Mr. Cool earlier this morning, you looked at a chart or a table from Mr. Williams' rebuttal report. And if you look at page 7 of that last exhibit I gave you, the independent forensics team calculated an inflow rate of 24,527 cubic feet per second, correct?
I believe that to be a peak inflow over the course of the flood, yes.
And if you read that the same way, Dr. Williams' report calculated peak inflow greater than what the independent forensics team calculated, correct?
That is correct.
And just for the number, just for the record, Dr. Williams' peak inflow calculation was 28,474 cubic feet per second, correct?
That is correct.
And in terms of volume acre feet, the IFT reports peak volume in terms of acre feet, 96,081, is pretty close to Dr. Williams' calculation of 94,683, correct?
It's close, yes.
And the big difference between both IFT and Williams, the big difference is between both of those numbers and Eagle's numbers. Would you agree with that?
Again, you're comparing calibrated numbers to uncalibrated numbers, but if you were to make that comparison, the numbers that Dr. Williams came up with by inputting uncalibrated numbers into his model and then depicting them as Eagle's flow and volume numbers are much higher, yes.
Eagle's numbers were uncalculated or uncalibrated, correct?
Eagle's runoff curve numbers were uncalculated or uncalibrated, and then Dr. Williams used those uncalibrated runoff curve numbers to put into his model to generate these flow and volume numbers.
You're familiar with the term called antecedent moisture conditions, or AMC?
I am, yes.
And in your opinion, in this case, you say that the antecedent moisture conditions for this entire watershed should be adjusted upward from AMC2 to AMC3 across the board, correct?
I did not say that, no.
Do you agree that, in your opinion, all of the watershed should be adjusted upward from AMC2 to AMC3?
No, I don't agree with that wholesale. Antecedent moisture condition would be a cause to raise your runoff curve numbers if your base runoff curve numbers were not providing the amount of inflow that you expect to see from observed data. Then you could justify, if you had reason to believe that the soils were saturated and or frozen, that you could justify certainly applying that adjustment as a way to produce numbers that more closely calibrate to the observed data. And you would do that on a case by case where it made sense and where it didn't make sense on a sub-basin perspective.
And in this case, Dr. Williams also made an upward adjustment in the base runoff curve numbers for antecedent moisture, correct?
That's what I understand from his report, yes.
And that adjustment, that upward adjustment in antecedent moisture condition is contained in Dr. Williams' model?
To a certain extent, that would have been the initial, but then it's my understanding that he did additional adjustments to the runoff curve numbers, presumably up or down, to mimic the observed data to adjust the model or calibrate the model to flows that he expected to see at certain times, flows and water surface elevations. So I don't believe that those runoff curve numbers are just a straight base calculation plus the antecedent moisture condition adjustment. There's further modification to those runoff curve numbers to calibrate the model, is my understanding.
And in fact, Dr. Williams testified pretty candidly that in his testimony in trial that before his base or initial runoff curve numbers were calibrated to the stream gauges, it had actually underpredicted runoff conditions, correct?
I would have to review that, but that's possible.
In other words, when Dr. Williams calibrated his base runoff curve number based on data observed in the field, it increased his runoff curve number, didn't it?
I believe he increased his runoff curve number by applying the antecedent moisture conditions adjustment. When he went from level 2 to level 3, that increases your runoff curve numbers, and then additional modifications to curve number in the model were made to calibrate to the points that he did calibrate to. So I don't know if those are all up or all down, but there was some adjustment in the model to calibrate to the gauges and the points that he used at Edenville Dam.
And so is it your opinion and testimony in this case that Dr. Williams should have assumed higher antecedent moisture conditions and therefore higher base runoff numbers?
I'm saying that there's a difference that needs to be reconciled.
And are you saying that he should have reconciled that by just assuming that there's a higher runoff curve number as a function of higher antecedent moisture?
No, I'm saying that when we can't recreate the calculations, we try to understand what is the reason for the difference. And that's introduces some uncertainty. If two people calculate what should be relatively the same number and they're not, we need to figure out why.
And your explanation for that discrepancy is that he should have based his number on a higher antecedent moisture condition, correct?
No, I did not say that at all.
Okay. How would you account for that? What should he have done differently in that adjustment step of the process?
I can't say for certain because we weren't provided all the details of his analysis. So we would look at first to confirm that the soil use and land cover data are the most current, that the calculations to run to get the calculations for the base runoff curve number were applied correctly, and that when they take all of those little polygons within the subbasin are added up based on the area that they cover, and then a weighted average is calculated from that all of that process was done appropriately. So I can't say exactly what Dr. Williams should or shouldn't have done, but it was a red flag in that we weren't getting the same answers. We would needed to have reconciled that to be able to accept Dr. Williams' numbers as more correct or less correct or relatively the same.
Let's talk about gate height. One of your opinions is that Dr. Williams used incorrect heights for the gates on the spillways of the Edenville Dam.
Not exactly. He didn't use gates on the spillways for the Edenville Dam.
And you've not provided any modeling that would show, actual modeling that would show the peak elevation changing or how it would change if you took the gate opening inputs of Dr. Williams' model and replaced them with the gate opening inputs that you would have used, correct?
I have not developed a separate model, no.
And we don't have IFT's model, which you think may have done that, right?
From my conversations and reading the report with the IFT, that's, as I understand it, their model did do that.
The water elevation in Wixom Lake as of April 8th, 2020, the day before the permit is granted, is just under 670. Is that correct?
I would have to look at that chart again, but I think we have looked at that chart, but that sounds reasonable, yes.
The chart, Craig, if you pull up exhibit 246, please. And if you go to page 17 of the exhibit. Mr. Trumbull, is this looks like a line graph showing observed Wixom Lake surface elevations during winter 2019 and into 2020?
That's what it is, yes.
If you look at this box, I believe between April 3rd, 2020 and April 10, 2020, you see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Why don't you borrow either a laser pointer, the
No problem.
extended pointer, or a flagpole, but something, so I can see where you're looking
Right
at.
here, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Trumbull, this line graph would seem to indicate that in that period between April 3rd, 2020 and April 10, 2020, the observed Wixom Lake water surface elevation was somewhere between 669 and 670 feet.
Yeah, it's very close to 670 within maybe a couple tenths of a foot through that period.
If you look back here in the winter of 2019, this is when, around the time that Boyce had drawn the water level down, correct?
It appears that, yes, that was the case.
And at that time, the water levels, the observed water level was a little closer to 669, correct?
That's correct, yes. Thank you.
And this,
Go back to the exhibit.
yeah, Craig, could you go back to that, please? Keep it up.
You enlarge the, thank you. All right, wait a second, please. Thank you.
This line graph shows us that after Boyce is authorized to start refilling Wixom Lake on April 9, 2020, the water surface elevation starts to increase, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the refill activity of Wixom Lake is seen in the vertical rise of the line on the graph going up the y-axis. Agreed?
At the right side of the graph, yes.
And the mechanism for refilling Wixom Lake was the operation of the spillway gates at the Edenville Dam, correct?
Yes, they would have lowered the gates incrementally to start a controlled rise of the impoundment.
And I'm reading from page 15 of that same exhibit, which is your expert report and declaration in this case. Prior to that time, during the winter of 2018 and 2019, and also in the winter of 2019 and 2020, the spillway gates were opened and completely out of the water, correct?
Yes, that is my understanding, yes.
They were raised completely out of the water before this happened, right?
That's my understanding. There were,
And so gate operation, specifically in the form of closing the gates, was the only way to maintain reservoir level at the Edenville Dam after it's lost its license to generate hydropower, correct?
correct. The water level was regulated through operation of the tainter gates, the 6 tainter gates.
And under the April 9, 2020 authorization to refill the lake, the spillway gates on the Edenville Dam were operated to close to some extent from where they had been on April 8th, 2020, correct?
Yes, presumably they would have started to close the gates to hold back some flow and start the refill of the impoundment.
Right, they had to hold back water that would otherwise be going over the spillway, passing through the spillway to refill and raise the lake to an increased water level, correct?
Yes, that's how it works in practice, yes.
And the authorization permit on April 9, 2020 states specific ranges of flows, minimum and maximum, that had to be maintained during this refill process. Is that correct?
I don't believe it provided any maximum flows, but it certainly would have included minimum flows.
So when it says minimum range of 66 CFS and 134 CFS with an aim to release 95% exceedance flows, that's just providing the minimum amount of flow that has to keep going through the spillway?
I would have to look back, but I believe that's at each spillway, a minimum of 60 some and a minimum of 100 CFS at each spillway so that they don't just shut the gates completely and cut off flow to the downstream tobacco and to Tittabawassee rivers until it's refilled and coming back either over top of the gates or through the bottom of the gates. So we do typically specify minimum releases during refill because in essence, you have to pass less flow than is coming into the reservoir to initiate the refill. We don't want them to drop below a certain amount of flow or else it could be detrimental to the downstream communities, aquatic communities.
All right. According to the independent forensics team, on May 4th, 2020, the lake level of Wixom Lake reached 676.0 feet. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I do not know.
And that lake level of 676 on May 4th, 2020 is about 0.2 of a foot over the normal summer elevation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that date, May 4, 2020, is about 2 weeks before the rainstorms that lead to this flood.
Yes, roughly.
So this increased water level that we see from under 670 feet in that week before the authorization is issued, increasing up to 676 feet on May 4th, that's attributable to the fact that the gates were being operated in such a way to close and hold back water and refill the lake back up to summer level, correct?
Yeah, I would venture that they were starting to then open the gates to try to match the inflow so that they could maintain a more or less consistent impoundment elevation at that time. But yes, to initiate the drawdown, or sorry, the refill and bring the water level back to normal summer level, they would have temporarily closed the gates down incrementally until they were initiated and controlled that refill, and then tried to balance it back out once they had reached or achieved the normal pond elevation.
And was it one of the permit conditions for this authorized activity that the lake would be brought back up between 6 and 8 inches a day?
That's sometimes included in the permits. I'd have to review the permit conditions to verify, but that's a typical condition in drawdowns and refills.
All right, let's talk about Dr. Marr.
How much longer do you have?
Your Honor, I've got probably 15 minutes.
How much do you have, Mr. Thompson?
Approximately 45 minutes.
All right.
Turn to Dr. Lamar, they object, the question you asked about Dr. Lamar, so we just ask no questions, no direct about Dr. Lamar. So anything that they're not going to the outside, so.
Yeah, if he's no longer offering opinions on Dr. Marr, Your Honor, I'd like to review my notes to see if I have anything to ask him. But if he is offering opinions on Dr. Marr, we need to ask the questions.
Okay, we've been going on cross-examination alone since 10:20. That's nearly 2 hours. It's time for a recess. And we will take, okay, it's gonna probably take you and Mr. Cool and Mr. Thompson, Mr. Gamble some amount of time to figure out what was examined on with Marr. So we're gonna be in recess. It's 12:14 now. We'll be in recess and I'll give you eyeball that it's gonna take you 10 minutes to sort out what the lay of the land is. So I want the examining attorneys to have an opportunity for a 60-minute recess. In addition to the rest of the parties in the litigation, we're gonna reconvene at 1:25 PM. That's an hour and 10 minutes. It gives you 10 minutes to sort out what the lay of the land is. And then we'll continue with the examination of Mr. Trumbull. Sounds like we have about between 15 minutes and 60 minutes more across, and then we'll redirect and then recross, and we'll keep going until we're done with Mr. Trumbull. I would very much like to have Mr. Trumbull's testimony completed today, but that's okay too. If it isn't, Mr. Trumbull, you know the way to get to this courthouse, and we'll look forward to your being here until we're done with your testimony. Anything else we need to address or any corrections, objections, any more amplification of the record at this time for the defendants, since it's your case in chief right now?
No.
Plaintiffs?
None.
Done.
All right, thank you, everybody. We'll see you at 1:25. Court's in recess. Please go about your business. Okay. See. Ready? Defense?
Yes, sir.
Plaintiffs? Ready?
Your Honor, the court should know that during the recess and lunch break, I conferred along with my co-counsel and opposing counsel, Mr. Gamble and Mr. Cool, and we resolved the issue regarding the scope of the witnesses'
Okay.
report, opinions,
Great.
and testimony on Dr. Marr. I don't want to mischaracterize, so I want to make sure they acknowledge this understanding on the record. My understanding is that in closing briefs, findings of fact, conclusions of law, the defense will not rely upon Mr. Trumbull's opinions or testimony to attack Dr. Marr's opinions and conclusions, methods in this case. And therefore, I won't be going into his criticisms or observations of Dr. Marr in this cross-examination.
School?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, Doctor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Craig, could you please go to Exhibit Defense 106, page 46? And down below, Craig, the last two paragraphs on the page under 3.2. Mr. Trumbull, you're familiar with the IFT report and its description of the events leading to the dam failure, correct?
I am, yes.
And according to the independent forensics team on page 22 of the report, page 46 of Exhibit Defense 106, as of midnight on Sunday, May 17, 2020, Wixom Lake was at about elevation 675.4, correct?
That's what it indicates here, yes.
And are you aware of anything that would contradict that calculation of the lake level as of midnight, Sunday, May 17?
No, I'm not.
And the IFT continued by writing that the lake level began to rise at about 5 a.m. on Monday, May 18th, and continued to rise until the time of the Edenville Dam failure, about 36.5 hours later, at about 5:35 p.m. on Tuesday, May 19th. Any reason to disagree with that?
No.
And we talked earlier about how the way that the permit worked in April of 2020 was that the gates would have to be operated to close somewhat to impound water and raise the water level in Wixom Lake up in the direction of normal summer pond level, correct?
Yes, to initiate the refill, that would have to occur.
So then IFT continues here after recounting what happens with the water level beginning to rise overnight, the 17th into the 18th, is that spillway gates at both Tobacco and Edenville spillways at Edenville Dam were operated between 7 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. on Monday, May 18th. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Now, is it your understanding that when those spillway gates are operated at that point in time, between 7 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. on Monday, May 18th, that they would have had to be operated under emergency conditions because the rainstorm was already upon it?
I think at some point they would have been operated under conditions that had been seen before. Because it says here that the water level started out about 0.4 feet below the normal lake level, and then at some point between then and the failure, they would have opened the gates completely, you know, as far as they could be operated as the water level was rising. I'd have to go back and look at the gates, but the gate operation logs, that should be, I should say. But at some point, there would have been during the operation or shortly thereafter, the water level would have been higher than the previously recorded water level. So if you want to call that an emergency, yes.
The IFT report doesn't mention that at about 12:30 a.m. on May 19th. So just after midnight, May 18th into the very, very early morning of May 19th, that operators tried to get out there and use the A-frame under emergency conditions to try to get the gates opened even further. That's not mentioned in IFT's report, correct?
I would have to review the whole thing, but I don't recall it saying that, no.
And you arrived at some point on May 19th, correct?
Yeah, late morning, yes.
And at that time, did you come to understand that, the night before, sometime just after midnight, they had gotten out there with the A-frame to try to operate it under emergency conditions to try to get the gates up even further?
I don't believe I spoke specifically about that with the operators.
During your testimony with Mr. Cool on Friday, you used the pointer there and you pointed at a map of the Tittabawassee River. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you're personally familiar with the dams up and down the Tittabawassee, correct?
yes.
Craig, if you could put up exhibit 429, please, plaintiff's 429. Exhibit 429 is a State of Michigan Department of Natural Resources Tittabawassee River Assessment dated September 2009. Have you seen this before, Mr. Trumbull?
I'm not sure that I have.
Craig, if you could go to page 28, please. Oh, sorry, sorry, Craig, page 28 of the report, which would be, I guess, page 45 of the exhibit. Bring up the last paragraph, please. According to the DNR's 2009 Tittabawassee River Assessment, all dams and barriers require some type of maintenance. You'd agree with that, correct?
Yes, over the course of their life cycle, all dams will require some sort of maintenance.
And the DNR reports, if not maintained properly, the structural integrity of a dam is compromised and there could be a threat to property damage, environmental damage, and potential for loss of life. Do you agree with that as well?
Yeah, and each dam is different and each dam poses a different threat to property, environment, and, some dams don't pose much, if any, threat to loss of life. But yes, I mean, if a dam is not maintained properly and falls into disrepair, there is some threat of failure that could impact those things.
And the DNR also states that according to FEMA 1999, as reported by Public Sector Consultants Inc. 2002, the average life expectancy of a dam is 50 years. You agree with that as well?
It's certainly we have dams that are much older than 50 years. This life expectancy, in my understanding, is that original construction, concrete, steel, things like that, have about a 50-year life expectancy if not maintained. That's when you would expect to see the deterioration kind of ramp up and accelerate. Obviously, there's maintenance and things that go on that extend the life of dams all the time. That's why we have dams that are well over 200 years old.
So speaking about the dams in the Tittabawassee River, the DNR says, quote, dams in the watershed vary in age from 37 to 135 years, end quote. And at that time when Eagle took over regulation of the Edenville Dam, it was 100 years old, correct?
Just short of 100, but yeah, 94 or something like that.
And DNR concludes that by 2020, most of the larger dams in the Tittabawassee River watershed will have outlived their normal design life, making repair or removal imminent, end quote. You see that?
Yeah, I see that.
And you agree that if, that under the information that DNR uses here from FEMA, public sector consultants and their own analysis, that that was true of most of the larger dams in the Tittabawassee River, that by 2020, they will have outlived their normal design life?
If you're judging by the 50-year life expectancy, yes, but I would not agree with this wholesale broad brush approach that once you pass 50 years, that repair is imminent or repair or removal is imminent. So I do not agree entirely with that statement, no.
You agree that these assessments from the DNR are consistent with your statement that we've already heard in this case, that if you neglect any infrastructure long enough, it will fail, right?
Yes, if you neglect infrastructure, at some point it will fail.
And it's consistent with your statement through my environment that dams that have lasted a lifetime can fail in an instant, correct?
Yeah, under any circumstance or under a certain circumstance, any dam that exists can fail under that circumstance, yes.
And in terms of assessing dam safety, just because a dam has made it 100 years without failing, that does not mean it's currently safe, correct?
I don't think, again, there's the varying degrees of safety, right? So no dam is truly ever safe. There's always a bigger storm or a bigger flood that could cause a dam even that's in great shape to fail, or dams that are in not so great shape can fail under more frequent storm or floating events. So I don't necessarily agree that age alone is the only factor that impacts safety of a dam.
Yeah, and because of that, just because a dam has made it 100 years without failing, doesn't mean it's currently safe, correct?
There's a lot more variables that go into safety. So just on that one factor alone, no, it would not indicate safe or unsafe.
That's all I have. I pass the witness to Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson, you may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Trumbull, my name is Jason Thompson. I'm one of the plaintiff lawyers. How are you today?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. You've heard of the proposition that a dam safety engineer is supposed to prioritize public safety at all times, haven't you?
I would say that's the main charge of dam safety engineers, yes.
We've heard that from Mr. Sturdivant. He said, obviously, keeping public safety paramount. You have to consider that first and foremost. And I mean, this pretty much follows the national model, and public health and safety is first on the list. That was his testimony in trial. Do you agree with that?
I agree that was his testimony, yes.
No. Do you agree with what he said?
Yes, in general, yes.
Okay. Mario Fusco testified through trial transcript. Question, would you agree with me, sir, that public safety is always the highest priority in dam safety? Answer, yes, I do. Do you agree with Mr. Fusco in that statement?
Yes.
And when we talked to Jim Pulaski, I asked him the ultimate goal of Part 315 is to protect the people living downstream from the catastrophic failures like happened here, right? He said yes. You agree with that?
Yes, amongst other things.
So we can add Luke Trumbull's name to the list of engineers who agree that a dam safety engineer is required to prioritize public safety at all times, right?
Yes, public safety is always a priority for myself and most other dam safety engineers that I know, yes.
That's the standard, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And when we talk about high hazard dams, the stakes are even higher, right?
The consequences of failure are higher, yes.
Right. The potential harm is greater with a high hazard dam, right?
when compared to significant or low hazard, yes.
I mean, it's really big, isn't it?
It's to varying degrees. There's certain things that qualify a dam for a high hazard rating that are not related to public or life safety, environmental and other things, but comparatively to significant and low hazard dams, there's typically a higher life safety risk at high hazard dams.
You're aware that harm from an uncontrolled release of a high hazard dam can be catastrophic.
Yes,
All the witnesses in this trial agreed the harm that happened here was tragic and catastrophic. You agree with that?
yes,
And in doing your job as a dam safety engineer, protecting the public safety was the number one priority, right?
yes,
At all times,
yes,
in all your work,
yes,
that was the standard.
yes,
And the same was true in 2018 when the state, I'm sorry, took over jurisdiction of the Edenville Dam, right?
yes,
You knew that protecting public safety was the number one priority at all times in all your work. That was the standard.
yes.
Now, when we talk about protecting the public in this case, let's make sure you and I are on the same page. I believe everyone has seen the photos, the videos of the homes, the boats, the docks, the shoreline. That's what level of harm that was caused by this dam failing, right?
By the combination of the two dams failing, yes.
All right, and you knew that level was potential when you were working on the Edenville Dam, right?
Yes,
No confusion about the stakes here, right?
no,
And when you were prioritizing public safety, that was the level of destruction and catastrophe that you were working to prevent, right?
yes,
I want to go over some of the things you did after the jurisdiction and responsibility for the Edenville Dam was transferred to Michigan. First of all, as the dam safety engineer working in the dam safety unit, you were responsible for implementing Part 315 of the Dam Safety Act, right?
yes,
And in that capacity, you evaluated the Edenville Dam spillway capacity, right?
yes,
You were evaluating the spillway for compliance with Section 31516 of the Dam Safety Act, right?
that is correct.
And you were evaluating the Edenville Dam for compliance with that section because you understood identifying dam deficiencies was important, right?
Yes.
It helps protect the public.
Identifying and addressing deficiencies, yes, to help protect the public.
It protected them from dangers that could result from an inadequate spillway capacity, right?
Yes,
And your work could prevent the harm that would occur if Wixom Lake was released in an uncontrolled manner, right?
I don't think my work directly, but certainly identifying the deficiencies and working with the dam owners to come into compliance with those safety requirements could lessen the likelihood that a failure would occur.
Right, and you knew that when you were working on the spillway capacity calculations for the Edenville Dam, right?
Yes,
And in the Eagle article that you were quoted from Exhibit 250 in this trial, you stated preventative action must be our top priority when people's lives and homes are at risk. That was what you believed was required when you were the dam safety manager and in 2018 overseeing the Edenville Dam, right?
yes.
Greg, can we pull up Exhibit 145-3? Mr. Trumbull, this is a letter we've had up a few times. It's a letter from, it's an email from yourself to Mr. Hanson. He's with Spicer, right?
I see the top as a
Greg,
email.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Trumbull. Let's zoom into the top to from so we can identify it. We won't blow it up, but we'll enlarge it. I've learned. Okay. Can you enlarge just the from, sent to, so we can identify the exhibit? Okay. So this is an email thread. It's a 7-page document. It's at the top, sent on February 7th. You see your name, to,
Yes,
and the from is Ron H. That's Ron Hansen.
yes.
Okay, Craig, let's move down to page 4 of the exhibit. While we're getting there, are you familiar, do you remember this email exchange between yourself and Mr. Hansen?
I do, yes.
And you were updating him on the progress of your assessment of the Edenville Dam, the spillway capacity in particular, right?
That is correct.
Under 31516 and the 1/2 PMF criteria, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's blow up let's enlarge the highlighted section, please. All right, these were your findings. And you said, please take a look and let me know if you have any concerns with the spreadsheet or calculations. You were reviewing some calculations and finishing up your work at that time with a spreadsheet that I believe you had been working on with Mr. Hansen.
More so with
reviewing.
Mr. Champagne, but yes.
Okay, Mr. Champagne works with Mr. Hansen.
Mr. Champagne is the hydraulic engineer that was assigned to this from Spicer Group, yes.
Okay, and so, we've continue on, assuming this stands, the dam would be about 4,000 to 5,000 CFS short of passing the 1/2 PMF with no freeboard. You see that?
Yes,
And then you say if you factor in the wave run up and set up, the deficiency increases significantly, right?
yes.
No big surprise to you there, right?
That's what the email says, yes.
And you wanted to have those calculations to support that assumption before Eagle made its final determination on hydraulic adequacy of the dam under part 315, right?
That is correct.
Now, the deficiency of 4 to 5,000 CFS would have been made worse if you had considered freeboard, right?
Not in this context. It's the 4 to 5,000 CFS is in reference to zero freeboard capacity of the spillway. And then another factor that you consider when assessing spillway capacity is wave run ups and setup. So it means that if you add waves on top of the zero freeboard capacity, that the likelihood of an overtopping event would be increased. So
That would increase.
Yeah.
You called the 4 to 5,000 CFS a deficiency. Do you see that?
yes,
And is that the correct terminology in your work?
actually, I don't think oh yeah, yes, that's deficiency means it doesn't meet the requirement.
Craig, let's take that down and bring up 146-2. And go to page 1 of 8. And this is let's enlarge the top again, Craig, so we can get the to from. Okay, this is dated February 10th of 2020. Again, Luke Trumbull, the from line, and the to, we have Ron Hansen and Ted Champagne again, right?
Yes,
And you're still in communications with them at this time about the final results of your assessment of the Edenville spillway capacity deficiency, right?
yes.
All right, Craig, let's go down to the final highlight. So at that time, you state, as for the Edenville Dam, the critical issue at hand is the current lack of spillway capacity, right?
Yes,
That was, in your mind, as the dam safety expert in charge of implementing the Dam Safety Act, Part 315, the critical issue at hand, right?
It was definitely the most prominent issue, yes.
All right, Craig, you can take that down. When you determined that the Edenville Dam did not comply with the Dam Safety Act spillway requirements, would you agree that presented a safety issue?
It confirmed the spillway capacity deficiency, which would make the dam more likely to fail during a large flood.
So its condition was unsafe, right?
Like, again, the term, there's no absolute safe or absolute unsafe. It makes it less safe during a large flood event when it has less capacity, and it was deficient when compared to the state standard. So yes,
Less safe.
less safe than a dam that would have more capacity.
Would you agree it would be less safe than what the statute mandated?
It has less spillway capacity than what the statute mandated. So when compared to the condition with that the dam would have adequate spillway capacity, that would be a less overall safe condition. Yes.
So it was less safe than what the statute mandated.
Yes. Well, it's less safe than a dam that complies, or the same dam that complies with the standard.
We're on the same page. Okay. And in specific, it was hydraulically inadequate, right?
It had a deficiency, hydraulic deficiency. Yes.
And on a hydraulic deficiency, is that a engineering term for it's unable to pass water at the intended levels?
It means it's deficient when compared to the requirement of the statute. So it cannot safely pass the storm that it's required to pass under statute.
And can we agree that passing water is a pretty important function for a dam like the Edenville Dam?
Yes.
I mean, it's kind of like having the air in the football, right? It's that simple.
I don't get the analogy, but it is a primary function that a dam must be able to do, is to pass flow of water. Yes.
I mean, that's what its function is to manage that impoundment, and it manages that with a spillway device, right?
Yes.
Okay. Craig, let's pull up exhibit 130-2. And let's go page 1. This is a letter that I believe, or an email again, sorry, that you sent to Teresa Seidel. She was director of the Water Resource Division. Dated November 13th, 2019. Do you recall this?
I do. Yes.
And let's go to the first highlighted section, Craig. You write part 315 requires high hazard potential dams that are over 40 feet high, as is the case in Edenville, to be able to safely pass the 1/2 PMF. It was your position then, and it is now, that in order to be safe, the dam under part 315 had to be able to pass the 1/2 PMF, right?
No, it's my position that in order to be in compliance with part 315, the dam has to pass 1/2 PMF.
Okay, do you see the last word on the right of the highlight? It starts with an S.
Yes.
You said safely then, didn't you?
Yes.
Is that your position today or not?
That in order to comply with the statute, it must be able to safely pass the inflow design flood, which is 1/2 PMF.
So at this point in time, if the dam did not comply with the statute, it was not safely passing the required water level, right?
Yes, if it cannot safely pass the 1/2 PMF, it's not in compliance with that section of the statute.
Okay. Greg, let's bring up exhibit 146-2. And let's zoom in on the top two from again. This is your email in February now, Mr. Trumbull, to Ron Hansen and Ted Champagne. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Craig, let's bring up the first highlighted section, please. Now, in this letter, and in this thread, you and Mr. Champagne and Mr. Hanson are discussing the results. At this point, it's definitive that you completed your work and the dam is out of compliance with 31516, right?
That's correct.
All right. And you explained to him Part 315 requires that all regulated dams are maintained in a safe, structurally sound, and hydraulically adequate condition. That was your position then. Is that your position now?
Yes.
So the spillway capacity requirements were part of the 315 statute, right?
Yes.
And in this email, you're describing that compliance with that statute is required in order for the dam to be in a condition that is safe, structurally sound, and hydraulically adequate, right?
I'm indicating that that's the requirement of Part 315. Yes.
Is that a fair reading of what you said to Mr. Hanson?
Yes.
You continue on to express to Mr. Hanson that the purpose of dam safety inspections, now those are the 31518 inspections, right? That's what you're referring to?
Yes.
What we've called the Part 315 report that came out in June?
Yes.
Right. Is for the inspecting engineer to identify any deficiencies with the dam that would either put it in non-compliance with the state dam safety statute and or otherwise jeopardize the safety of the dam. That was your position then
Yes.
and your position now?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe we've established that a dam that can't comply with the half PMF exhibited a deficiency under the statute, right?
Correct.
Okay. The next highlight, you confirmed that the requirements to maintain a dam in a safe condition come from the statute. That's what we've just been discussing in terms of the spillway criteria, at least, right?
All of those criteria, the structural integrity, the spillway capacity, operational adequacy, structural condition, all of those things amount to safety. Yes.
And that all comes from the statute, right?
Yeah, the requirement to meet certain safety requirements are in the statute. Yes.
And when you say non-compliance with the state dam safety statute, are you talking about specific enumerated criteria like the 1/2 PMF test?
Among other things, yes.
Okay. What did you mean when you said or otherwise jeopardize the safety of the dam?
I'm speaking specifically about the engineer identifying any deficiencies that would jeopardize the safety of the dam. So in their evaluation of the dam, doing the inspection, reviewing the past evaluations and analyses, if there's any deficiencies that exist that jeopardize the safety of the dam, the inspection report should include those.
So these would be things that might not necessarily be specifically enumerated as criterion in the statute.
They're in the statute under the provisions that outline what must be included in the inspection report, which is an analysis of structural integrity, hydraulic capacity, and a few other things. So that's what I'm referring to as the safety evaluations that occur in that inspection.
In an earthen dam, is soil part of the structural integrity?
I believe it lumps in there. I refer to the soils as geotechnical stability of the embankments, but structural integrity, if you consider the embankment a structure, then it would fit under that envelope.
And do you consider the embankment a structure?
When I hear the term structure, I'm typically thinking of spillways, but if there's not a specific category for embankment stability separate from structural integrity, I would lump those two in together.
When you were asked some questions about statute 31518, I thought I heard you answer that one of the considerations was whether the owner was taking steps to address deficiencies. Did I hear that accurately?
Yeah, that's a consideration, right? If there's deficiencies that are identified, whether or not the owner is is or has taken steps to address those as part of the consideration of what needs to be done next, yes.
And in this case, the soon-to-be or prospective owner was Four Lakes Task Force, right?
Correct, yes.
And you were aware that the steps that they were taking were going to last 2 to 4 years, right?
Some were to be completed later in 2020, and then I think the overall larger auxiliary spillway construction was 2 to 4 years from 2020 or early 2020. So in that timeframe.
So you knew that the deficiencies were going to remain during those 2 to 4 years, right?
That the hydraulic deficiency to pass half PMF with adequate freeboard would remain. It would be significantly reduced by the addition of the gate operators, which were planned for later that year. So in part, they would remain.
And you knew that when authorizing the raising of the Wixom Lake water levels, right?
When the permit was issued, yes, that the deficiency existed.
And you were perfectly fine with that?
Yes,
Do you think you were prioritizing protecting public safety when you made that decision?
yes, based on the information I had available to me, I did not see any significant increase to risk to public health and safety in that evaluation, no.
Mr. Carlson asked you some questions about the Part 315 report, and I want to bring up Exhibit 183-1, please, Craig. This is an exchange between you and Ifran Alvi of the IFT. Craig, can we bring up the to from, just identify the exhibit? February 24th, 2022. So obviously post-incident, you're speaking with Mr. France and Mr. Alvi, among others, through this email exchange. Remember this?
Yes,
And let's zoom into the highlighted section next, Craig. In your discussions, you state probably worth noting that we were strictly looking at failure due to inadequate spillway capacity, overtopping, comma, slope instability during high water events really wasn't on our radar at that point. Do you remember writing that?
yes,
So to be clear, when you reviewed the April permit to raise Wixom Lake and you didn't offer any genuine concerns to Mr. Rudolph, were you still awaiting the 315 report?
we had not received the 315 report at that point, no.
And when you decided that there were no safety concerns worth reporting to Mr. Rudolph, was your priority still on public safety?
My priority has always been on public safety, continues to be.
Public safety at that point was on your radar.
Yes,
Greg, you can take that down. Let's bring up 104-1. This is the Part 315 report. We've already established that this report, once it arrived, advised you of the need for an embankment stability study, right?
it did, yes.
Let's go down to page 8, Craig. Sorry, page 10. I want to ask you about an entry. You have page 10 coming up for us, Craig?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And due to my last mathematical snafu, I've preloaded the math this time. If we can zoom in on flood of record. What's a flood of record, sir?
That is the largest flood that we have on record for that location.
So this indicates that the estimated flood of record at the Edenville project was 21,600 CFS. And they have a reservoir level on June 3rd of 1945. Craig, let's go back up. So write down 21,600 if anyone's checking my math this time after my lunar landing snafu. But the spillway capacity for the two gates is listed above as 11,102 and 9,967. That's on page 9 if you want to confirm it. And so if we're doing the math, the spillway capacity is less than the flood of record by about 531 CFS. Okay? And I promise you I did the math before coming in today. My question for you is, did you know about that flood of record before the Part 315 report had been received?
I recall being aware of the flood that occurred in 1945, but I'm not sure if I knew the exact numbers or how high the impoundment rose during that flood.
All right, and if I'm reading these numbers, am I correct in interpreting this to say that the flood of record produced more water than the spillway capacity could pass safely?
I think it's impossible to say that. I don't know how they came to that value. If that was, it sounds like it was based on gate operations observations from 1945. So there'd be a lot, if they calculated that based on the stage and the impoundment and the hydraulic capacity of the gate configurations, I would have to review those. So, I mean, that would raise a lot of questions for me that I would need to get more information. But the indication is that a flood of 21,000 CFS occurred sometime in 1945, and that the dam passed that flow with, I believe it's at a 2.4 foot rise from normal pool. So there's a lot of things I would have to review to confirm those. It's just stating that that's what the records indicate.
And you couldn't do any of that confirmatory work back in April because you didn't have this report then, right?
I'm sure that we would have flood of record information on file. That's typically where these engineers get that information from. So I hadn't, but I'm guessing that I could have followed similar steps that Spicer had done at the time and produced that same value.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever do any research to check this flood of record?
I was aware of the flood of records, or the floods that were on record in some fashion. No, I was aware that there was a 1945 flood, I believe a 1929 flood, and then a 1986 flood. I'm generally aware that those occurred. I don't know if I had done a side-by-side comparison of what the flow rate at the dam for each one of those had been, but I had a general awareness that these floods had occurred.
So you're telling us in April, when the permit was issued, you were aware that the dam could not pass the flood of record?
No, I did not say that at all.
All right, let's assume these numbers are correct. And I realize you would want to go do your own research, but let's assume these numbers are correct. Just as I'm not a film major, but I'm also not an engineer, is the 531 CFS that the math indicates, is that a deficiency?
If I was posed with the question of the calculations show that the dam can pass less than a flood of record and that the dam had adequately passed that flow and only experienced a 2.4 foot rise, I would probably check into that. And if that was confirmed, I would look back and say, we must be underestimating spillway capacity if it can actually pass more flow than the calculations indicate. So in that hypothetical, I would not jump to that's a deficiency. I would say that the numbers seem to indicate that the dam can pass more flow than we think it can.
How about we try answering my question? Okay, I want you to assume the math reported in the 315 report is indeed accurate. That's assumption number one. Assumption number two is that the difference between the flood of record levels and the spillway capacity number is 531. That is to say that the flood of record was 531 CFS over the spillway capacity. That's my second assumption. Okay, you with me? Yes?
I'm with you.
Okay. Is that 531 CFS a deficiency in this context? A spillway deficiency?
I mean, if you make those assumptions, it would indicate that the dam can pass less flow than it had already passed safely.
I
So
didn't ask you to do that.
I'm
Sorry, but I just want to understand if I'm reading the 315 report and the math correctly. And it would seem to me that if the math is correct and you have 21,600 CFS as a flood of record and the spillway capacity is 531 CFS under that amount, that you have a deficiency. But you're the dam safety expert, and so I'm asking you, am I interpreting that number correctly?
no, there's way too many factors that go into those. And you're asking me to assume a hypothetical that if it would have happened, the dam would have overtopped and likely failed. So in the
I'm
very,
just asking
very,
about the math, sir.
okay, in that very unlikely scenario, your assumption, yes, we would consider that a deficiency.
Understood, okay. You never told Mr. Rudolph or Boyce about the Edenville spillway deficiency, did you?
I believe that had come up several times in conversations, and don't know specifically when, but I'm sure it would have come up in conversation with Mr. Rudolph.
You're sure it would have come up, but we're in week 3 of a trial. You've been here several days. We haven't seen one exhibit to confirm that. Understand that?
Yeah.
And you don't have one here with you today, do you?
No.
You know, Mr. Rudolph has testified that no one ever expressed any genuine concerns to him about the water level. Did you see that testimony or hear it?
I believe what I heard Mr. Rudolph say is that no one told him that raising the water level would be unsafe.
All right, let me read to you what the testimony was from trial, January 22nd. Question. Mr. Rudolph, if the dam safety people had genuine concerns about issuing a permit to raise the Wixom Lake water level, it would have been your expectation that they would have told you that, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and it's correct that they never told you that they had genuine concerns about issuing the permit. Answer, that's correct. Nobody stated there was any concerns about issuing the permit. Is he lying?
I believe that you asked me if there was genuine concerns over dam safety, not about genuine concerns about issuing a permit. So I'm trying to answer that question I believe you asked.
Did you ever express to Mr. Rudolph that you had genuine safety concerns about issuing the permit?
No.
Did you ever give him any indication that you had genuine safety concerns about loose soil?
I don't believe I ever expressed that to Mr. Rudolph, no.
About piezometer readings on the left embankment?
I never expressed any concerns to Mr. Rudolph about piezometer readings on the left embankment.
How about missing berms or missing drains?
Not specifically, no.
You didn't say anything to him about those signs on the left embankment or that they posed a safety concern to you, did you?
No.
You never objected to the April 9th permit to raise Wixom Lake, did you?
No.
You never asked them to wait until you had the Part 315 report.
No, I did not.
In fact, as we discussed, you felt raising the water was perfectly fine, right?
I felt that it did not pose a significant safety concern at the dam.
And the lake ended up being refilled, didn't it?
It did.
Roughly 5 feet, 8 inches of water was added,
In that ballpark, yes.
about 3 billion gallons, right?
I've not done that math.
That would end up increasing the internal water levels and the phreatic surface level, wouldn't it?
Presumably, from where they were, during the drawdown, yes.
And that reduced the storage capacity of the reservoir by about the same amount.
No. There's a.
About 5.5 weeks, sorry,
There's no direct comparison.
raising 5 feet doesn't reduce the storage capacity,
You said by the same amount and there's no direct comparison.
but it does reduce the capacity. You're just quibbling about the amount.
I'm trying to answer the question you asked, sir.
Understood. We would agree, though, that adding 5 feet of water to the reservoir would reduce the storage capacity it had before you raised it 5 feet, right?
Slightly, yes.
About 5.5 weeks later, the spring rain event starts to fall in May, right?
That's my understanding.
And this rain event, it's not at the 1/2 PMF flood level, is it?
Not quite.
Not even at the 200-year flood.
200-year flood and half PMF were almost identical.
And it wasn't at either of them, was it?
Not quite. No,
It was less than that, wasn't it?
something less than that. Yes.
All the experts agree that the Edenville Dam was overcome by the force and pressure of the water. You agree with that?
I believe that they all agree that static liquefaction was the cause of failure and that was the trigger was the higher than historic water level in the impoundment during that flood.
All the experts agree that phreatic pressure rose to dangerous levels on the inside of the dam throughout the day. You agree with that?
Phreatic pore water pressures and phreatic surface rose with the elevation of the water level in the impoundment. Yes.
All the experts agree that those pressures were the triggering event to the liquefaction. Do you agree with that?
That's my understanding. Yes.
And all the experts agree that if the left embankment issues were attended to, the dam would not have failed. Do you agree with that?
All the experts agree that there were options that if they had been employed, they would have lowered the likelihood of that failure from occurring. Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
You agree that raising the water with a known spillway deficiency was the wrong action to take?
No, I do not agree with that.
Greg, let's bring up Exhibit 183. Bottom of page 2, please. This is more of your conversation with Ifran Alvi. This is February 24th of 2022. He says to you, also, I think you have to consider situations where there isn't an emergency due to an acute problem with the dam or an incoming big storm, but there's still a general concern with dam safety risk, as in the Edenville case, where you have a known spillway capacity deficiency, which is further exacerbated by inability to release through the powerhouse and inability to lift the gates enough to get full weir flow through the spillways. Is he accurately characterizing the situation that existed prior to the flood?
More or less, yes.
Next page, Craig. Going down. And enlarge that. And read for us, Mr. Trumbull, in the yellow highlight, what Mr. Alvey suggests should have been done.
In that situation, lowering the lake could make some sense as an interim risk reduction measure.
Do you agree with him?
It could, if an evaluation of that drawdown shows that to be the case. Yes.
Greg, you can take that down. Mr. Trumbull, can we agree you didn't use the powers under Part 31519 to protect the public in your work on the Edenville Dam?
We can agree that no order was issued under 31519.
And you sat quietly and let the Wixom Lake refill proceed, right?
I don't know what sat quietly means.
Means you didn't object.
I did not object to the.
Means you didn't tell Mr. Rudolph that there was any safety concerns like the ones we listed, did you?
I didn't believe there to be any safety concerns.
Under your watch, the Wixom Lake levels went from run of river of about 670 up to the summer pool level of 675.8, right?
Correct.
And you were perfectly fine with that.
Yes.
Would you agree that you prioritized refilling Wixom Lake ahead of protecting the public?
No.
Sir,
Absolutely
isn't it
not.
true that you lost track of your primary duty as a dam safety engineer in 2020?
Absolutely not.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. In the last couple hours, you've received a number of questions from Mr. Carlson, Mr. Thompson, about why you didn't wait for granting the permit in 2020 to raise the water levels until you received the Part 315 inspection report. You recall those?
I do, yes.
Who submitted the Part 315 inspection report?
Spicer Group.
And who submitted the permit request to raise the water to the normal summer levels?
Also Spicer Group.
So the entity that was issuing the inspection report previously requested permission from you to raise the water levels.
That is correct.
In their permit request, did they identify any concerns that they had with about raising the water back to its normal level?
No, they did not.
We've taken a look at the June 2020 inspection report a number of times. If I can have it pulled up if you want, but do you recall, did the Spicer inspection report identify any part of the embankment that they thought needed special attention?
It's my recollection that they just in general recommended that a embankment stability analysis be completed.
Did Spicer Group identify what part of the embankment needed a stability analysis?
No, they did not.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Trumbull. Thank you.
Mr. Trumbull, do you know what metadata is?
Yes,
Did anyone do a metadata analysis of the Spicer June 2020 report that you are aware of?
I'm not aware of any such analysis.
Why did you not hold off on approving the permit to refill the reservoir until after you received the 315 report?
I think the context that is missing here is that we were in, okay,
Why?
trying to
I
get there.
want to know why you didn't wait
Okay,
until you got the report you had been asking for.
because we had been in constant communication with the Spicer Group who applied for the permit to refill the impoundment. And at no time did they indicate that there was any concern to raise the impoundment. In fact, they recommended it. So presumably they had access to all the information that Boyce had on file and were taking a close look at this for their client. And I trusted that they certainly didn't want the dam to fail. So we relied upon that information from them.
On Friday, you testified at some length about the various steps taken to try to determine that either you would have or others did take to try to determine the flow of both the Tobacco and Tittabawassee rivers upstream from the Edenville Dam Reservoir. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Generally,
Yes.
you don't have to recite it. Do you know what the distance is between the Smallwood and Edenville Dam in miles approximately? Just
Um,
approximately.
I'd be, I'm guessing 15 miles. I'm just trying to picture it in my head and count the number of roads in between, but somewhere in that range, I would guess.
Do you know what the distance is between the Beaverton Dam and the Edenville Dam approximately?
I'm guessing roughly the same, 15 miles or so.
In your mind's eye, if you envisioned 20% in that distance, so let's call it 2 miles. I know 20% is not 2 miles, but let's say 2 miles downstream from Smallwood and 2 miles downstream from Beaverton. Do you know what the flow of the stream is in normal stream current conditions?
As of today,
No, as of back on May 19th, 2020.
May 19th, they would have been somewhere on the order of 25 to 50 year flood. So, oh geez.
Well, let me back up. Do you measure stream flow in a flowing river by cubic feet per second
Yes,
or by miles per hour?
cubic feet per second.
All right. Do you know what the flow would have been on or near midday on May 19th, 2020 in Tobacco and Tittabawassee tributaries?
I would expect that we probably would have been around that 20 to 25,000 CFS inflow, and that probably between 60 to 80% would have been coming down. Tobacco would have been, I would venture to guess somewhere around, say 15 to 20,000 coming in from the Tittabawassee side and 5 to 10 coming in from the Tobacco side. And that's just a
I understand.
educated guess.
We don't have our slide rules out right now. All right, let me look at my notes. Hold on, please. Mr. Cool, any further direct? Plans? All right, needs the witness be excused. Mr. Carlson, Mr. Cool, Mr. Trumbull, thank you for your testimony. You've been here many times throughout the course of this trial. Court appreciates your time. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, next witness.
And our next witnesses will be here remotely, so I'll contact him now and ask him to, maybe a 5 minute recess or so.
Okay, let's make it 10. We'll recess until 20 minutes before the hour of 3. All right? That all right for players? Okay, we're in recess. Okay. Ready? Please proceed.
You're going to call, Frank Christie, the next witness. Thank you.
All right. Do I say some magic words of incantation to get him to appear on the screen?
I think we just call
Mr.
upon
Christie?
Jeff.
What is it in Harry Potter names? If you say Voldemort 3 times, then he appears, but or that's what I remember from when my kids were young. Mr. Christie, are you with us? Frank Christie will be rejoining as a panelist. Excellent. Pardon? Somebody say something? Oh,
Mr. Christie, are you able to hear me okay?
if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. Mr. Christie, this is Jim Redford. I'm the judge in the case. One of the staff members indicates that it looks like you're muted. Pardon? Okay.
Jeff, can you manually
Yeah,
unmute?
Jeff, anybody from the court's IT able to help us out of this conundrum? All right.
Okay, finally figured it out. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I feel like I'm in, I don't remember whether it was Verizon or whatever, cellular phone carrier back decades ago when they had advertising. At any rate, good afternoon, sir. I'm Jim Redford. I understand you're Mr. Christie. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to administer an oath to you. If you would please stand wherever, if you're able to, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you are about to give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated, sir. All right, the time is 2:45. The date is January 26, 2026. This is a proceeding in the Michigan Court of Claims related to the allegations surrounding the failure of the Edenville Dam in May 2020. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so sir, I need you to state your first and last names, and if you would be kind enough to spell both for me.
It's Frank, Frank, Christie, Christie.
All right. Mr. Christie, where are you now physically located?
At my home in Traverse City, Michigan.
All right. So we're here in Grand Rapids, and Mr. Gamble, the attorney for the state, is called you as one of his witnesses. He's going to ask you a number of questions, I suspect. If you don't understand any of his questions, if you could ask him to repeat them or to phrase them differently, that would be great. We have a court reporter, Ms. Werner. If she is unable to understand either what I am saying, what the lawyers are saying, or what you are saying, she will interrupt us so that we can make sure that we have an accurate record of whatever your testimony is. Do you understand everything I've said so far?
Yes.
Who's going to be examining for the plaintiffs? All right, thank you. We'll have one of our counsel will be examining For plaintiffs in this case, he'll approach the podium just like Mr. Gamble is doing, and he'll ask whatever questions he chooses to ask and show you exhibits and this sort of thing. Are we showing this witness any exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does he have them?
No, but he'll be able to see them projected on the screen.
Okay, so the way this works, Mr. Christie, this is a brave new world from when I was a trial judge 15 years ago. So I'm learning it as I go here. When the lawyers ask you questions about exhibits, the exhibits will appear on the screen. They may have one of their assistants enlarge the data so it's easier to read. I've noticed in this trial, when it goes up just the way it is in the books, the print's extremely small, and it's frankly far too small for me to be able to read it. Your eyesight is probably better than mine, so you'd probably be able to, but they'll probably enlarge it just for my benefit as much as anybody else's. If you're not following where they are on the exhibit, if you could interrupt either myself or Mr. Gamble or plaintiff's counsel, that would be great, and we'll make sure we get through that. Okay? Final question. Do you understand everything I've said so far?
Yes.
Final question. Is anyone else in the room with you right now?
No.
Okay. If anybody does come in, please direct your answer. People can come in and out of a courtroom, so that's not necessarily a bad thing, but please don't let them interfere with your testimony. And if there's something going on that you need some assistance with, just let me know or the lawyers know, and I'll try to be of help. Okay? Ready to go?
All right.
Outstanding. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Christie. Hope the weather in beautiful Grand Traverse Bay and Traverse City is warmer than it is in Grand Rapids, but I suspect it probably isn't.
No, I don't think so. We're supposed to get another storm tonight.
Oh, gosh. Try to keep it north of M55 if you could, please. All right, Mr. Gamble, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Dubin, you'll go after.
Mr. Christie, because of the setup in the courtroom, you're looking here at the back of my head, so I apologize about that. So it'll be a little confusing. So in order to see you, I have to look this way, but that means you're looking at my back. So are you able to hear me okay, Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Christie, are you familiar with the Edenville Dam?
Yes.
When did you first, were you employed to be a general manager of the Edenville Dam?
When I first,
Yes. When were you first employed to be a general manager of the Edenville Dam?
in 2000,
And do you remember the name of the company you were working for at that time?
it was Wolverine Power.
And then after Wolverine Power, did you stay on working with the Edenville Dam?
I stayed briefly when they sold it to the Canadian company, and that didn't last very long. The Canadians decided they didn't need an on-site manager, so I left at that point.
Did you start working for Boyce Hydro at some point in time?
Yes, I think that must have been about 2004 or 5. About that time, it was whenever they purchased the facilities.
And so did Boyce Hydro, did they reach out to you to come back and keep working with the dam?
Yes.
Are you a professional engineer, Mr. Christie?
Well, I was until I retired and gave up my license.
Could you provide some of your background working in dam engineering?
Yes, I started working on dams probably around 1970 when I was with the firm in Ann Arbor, and I worked part-time on dams for a number of years after I started there.
What was the name of the firm?
Pardon?
What was the name of the firm?
It was, at that time, it was called Ayers, Lewis, Norris, and May. It has since been sold to a larger firm in California. And I'm not sure what the name is now.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And after working for that firm, where did you go next?
Well, I worked there for a number of years. I became a partner there actually, and got involved in some hydro development work in northern New York that we were the engineers for. I then, I think it was 1985, I resigned from Ayers Lewis and moved out to northern New York and started my own business. And kept working in the hydro business there for, well, until I came back to work for Wolverine Power in 2000.
And you testified that you started working for Boyce Hydro in about 2004 or 2005. When did you stop working for Boyce Hydro, approximately?
2017.
So it was before the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission revoked the license for Boyce Hydro?
Yes.
While you were the operator, or actually, what was your job title when you worked for Boyce Hydro and the Edenville Dam?
I was a general manager and engineer for their facilities.
While you were the general manager and engineer for Boyce Hydro, were you involved in inspections of the dam during that time, the Edenville Dam?
Yes.
Could you describe how the inspections of the Edenville Dam would typically work with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission?
Well, when FERC attended the inspections, excuse me, they would schedule us an inspection, I think once a year. I think that was their schedule for a high hazard dam, was once a year. And so they would come, the project engineer our project engineer from FERC would come for 2 days, and we would spend 2 days going over the four different dams, doing a walking inspection and discussing any things we saw or found or concerns that FERC had.
Was it known to you while you were the general manager for Boyce Hydro that the Edenville Dam lacked sufficient spillway capacity under the federal standard?
Yes.
Amy, could you please bring up defendants 15? And we'll make sure that Mr. Christie can see this before we ask him questions about it. Amy, could you make like the date and the to from, just the top matter a little bit bigger for him?
Excuse me for a second. Let me get my reading glasses so I can
Yes, sir.
read that a little better.
Thank you.
Okay. It's
Right.
February 11, 2014.
And do you see it's a letter addressed to Mr. Lee Moeller at Boyce Hydropower?
Yes.
And the topic is temporary and permanent risk reduction measures for the Edenville project. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then Amy, could you drop that magnification? And could you see that it's a letter at the top from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission?
Yes.
Okay, Amy, could you go to the next page, please? And just magnify paragraph 3 there. Mr. Christie, it says in paragraph 3 of this letter from FERC, it refers to pre-lowering of the reservoir. And it states that Boyce Hydro should confirm if pre-lowering of the reservoir to accommodate extreme rainfall events is being considered. And then it states that Mr. Frank Christie indicated during a phone conversation in January 2014 that there are limited benefits to pre-lowering the reservoir as a risk reduction measure. Do you see that, Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Campbell, can you hold on? I want to catch up with you on that exhibit. Mr. Christie, sorry, I need a minute. I have the lawyer's exhibits are on my computer and I'm not the greatest with computers, so it just takes a minute. 15?
Yes, 15. Defendant's 15.
Okay, I'm with you. Thanks.
Mr. Christie, does this letter refers to a phone conversation with you? Does this letter accurately reflect your views at the time about pre-lowering the reservoir?
Yes.
And it says that you thought that there were limited benefits to pre-lowering. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you think that?
Why did I say that?
No,
Sure.
why did you think there were limited benefits to pre-lowering Wixom Lake as a risk reduction measure?
Okay. We had done some of our own internal work analysis on this, and we hired a hydrologist, a firm that specialized in hydraulic analysis of rivers, to do a more in-depth study of how the flood would form and how it would move down the river, and how the peak stage of the flood would hit Edenville. And based on their work and based on some of the discussions I had with them, we or I came to the conclusion that the peak level of the flood and the peak volume of the flood would not be affected at all by the lowering of the reservoir. What would happen if the reservoir was lowered was that the peak of the flood would be delayed by about 6 hours, 6 or 8 hours in getting to Edenville. But the height of the flood and the volume of the flood would not really change significantly. And so we decided that was really not something we wanted to consider long term.
And did your conclusions have anything to do with the storage capacity in Wixom Lake?
Well, of course, that is part of the hydraulic analysis that was done by the other firm. And but it really is, once you look at the situation, it really is kind of obvious if anyone who had spent a lot of time, which I have, working on these projects, the reservoir, the volume of the flood is really significant on this river, and the volume of the reservoir, although it has a fairly large surface area, I think it was 2,200 acres. The depth of the reservoir is pretty shallow. When you're thinking of a large reservoir behind a dam, the old river channels that were flooded, of course, were deep, but all of the rest of the area was just floodplain before the dams were built. And so the.
I'm sorry,
overall-
Mr. Christie.
Yeah,
You said that before the dams were built, you've got the old river channels, and then you said something else was just, I don't know whether you said floodland or floodplain.
yeah, once the dams were built, the flood filled the old river channels and spread out over floodplains. And so
Right.
the river channels were deep, but the floodplains were, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet deep. So the total volume of the reservoir was not all that great. The average depth of the reservoir probably was in the area of 8 to 10 feet. So the volume there that the reservoir created for the water was not all that great. And the volume of that flood was really significant. So, it just intuitively, one would not expect a lowering of the reservoir by the 8 feet that was possible to have a real impact. And the work that the hydraulic work that was done by the engineering firms, there were two of them, bore that out, that the flood, the only thing that the pre-lowering the reservoir would do would be to delay the arrival of the flood, but it wouldn't materially affect the volume or the height.
Just place an objection as if you were still on the record. I'm not sure the question called for a hearsay response, but to the extent we're relying on what the hydrologist from another firm reported to Mr. Christie.
Excuse me.
Hold on a second, Mr. Christie. Can you hear what Mr. Carlson, Mr. Carlson, are you doing the exam? Okay, all right. So could you not hear what Mr. Carlson was saying, Mr. Christie?
No, I can't hear very well.
All right, me either. So I'm going to have the lawyers speak directly into the microphone, and I'm going to have them restate. This is in a trial. I don't know if you had any during the course of your professional career or otherwise, but Mr. Gamble's the lawyer who called you on behalf of the state defendants. Mr. Carlson and Mr. Dubin are going to be asking you questions later on behalf of the plaintiffs. And when Mr. Gamble's examining, if either Mr. Carlson or Mr. Dubin want to interpose what's called an objection to the question or response, they can do so. And then I'll ask Mr. Gamble to tell me what he thinks. And I may give either Mr. Carlson or Mr. Dubin the opportunity to reply, and then I'll rule. But it's ordinary course. We've been we're in our third week of trial, our 10th full day, I think. We've been doing this for a few weeks, and most of the cobwebs have left me for the rules of evidence, so I'm trying to remember what they are. But we're going to deal with that objection now, but first we'll hear from Mr. Carlson what it is. You don't need to respond to it. Mr. Gamble's going to respond, and when we're ready to have you continue, I'll let you know. Okay?
Okay.
Outstanding. Mr. Carlson.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, our objection is to hearsay. I'm not sure that Mr. Gamble's question was a hearsay question, but the answer is relaying what a hydrologist from a firm separate from Boyce, separate from the testifying witness reported. And to that extent, the foundation of the answer is hearsay, and anything that the other firm and its hydrologist stated is hearsay.
Response, Mr. Gamble.
Your
All
Honor,
right, I'm sorry, why don't we, so we have everything teed up. Mr. Dubin, anything you want to add? All right, thanks. Mr. Gamble.
Your Honor, I don't think he's objecting to my question. Can't think of a way to rephrase it. He can always cross-examine if he wants.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Thank you, Mr. Dubin. Thank you, Mr. Gamble. The objection to the question is acknowledged respectfully, and however it's overruled because it's not, I did not find the question objectionable. The plaintiff's counsel is certainly free to examine once we get to cross-examination. So anything else, Mr. Carlson? Mr. Dubin? Mr. Gamble?
I'm ready.
Before,
sorry.
before you go back into questions, anything else on this issue?
No.
All right. Okay, see, engineers, my father, brother and grandfather were engineers, Mr. Christie. So, and my father would look at me and after I became a lawyer, oh, you fancy lawyers, blah, blah, blah. So that's what lawyers do, Mr. Christie. So we just did the objections. Now we're going to get back into your questions.
Okay.
Ready to go? All right, Mr. Campbell, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Christie, did the engineers from
My
the,
sister, of course, is an engineer, so I don't want to leave her out. I'll never hear the end of it.
Mr. Christie, did the engineers who worked for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission ever direct Boyce Hydro to lower Wixom Lake until the spillway capacity of the dam could be increased?
No.
Amy, could you bring up plaintiffs 216, plaintiffs 216? So Mr. Christie, oh, there we go. That was quick. Mr. Christie, do you recognize this as the 2015 Consultant Safety Inspection Report for the Edenville project?
Yes.
Can you see lower down on the page there? It was prepared by Richard D. Perkypile.
Yes.
And you described previously annual FERC or annual inspections by engineers from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Is this report different from those annual FERC inspections?
Yeah, I believe it is. I'm not sure, I can't quite remember whether sometimes the consultant showed up to be with FERC and us when we did the annual inspection. Sometimes they didn't.
Okay.
I think, I don't know, this may just be a separate safety inspection that the consultants that we hired had to do. FERC required that we maintain an independent consultant to do safety inspections, which was outside of my work and outside of the FERC annual inspection.
So FERC required Boyce Hydro to hire an independent consultant to do a review that was separate from your work or FERC's work. Is that correct?
Yes.
Amy, could you please go to page 26? And could you magnify just the highlighted area, not the table? Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Christie, I'll give you just one moment to look at the writing here and just let me know when you're done and I'll ask you some questions.
Okay. I see.
It describes a PFMA session on August 6, 2015. Could you describe for us what a PFMA is?
It's a form of review and inspection that FERC requires every 5 years. It's called a probable failure mode analysis. And it's done every 5 years by the special consultant, including me as the general manager and engineer, and including the owner, Lee Muller, and Peter Chapman was the FERC project manager.
And what happens during these PFMA sessions every 5 years?
Well, we sit down with all of the, I won't say all, but all of the pertinent engineering information that is available for the facilities. And we look at the facility in detail, selecting each element of the dam and to evaluate and determine how that particular element could fail. And there, if we break the dam down maybe into 15 or 20 elements, we look at each one of the individual elements to see how it could fail. And that is basically what the probable failure mode analysis is. And then we rate um, let's say we come up with 6 ways that a particular thing could fail. We would rate the 6 ways in order of most probable.
And for this 2015 PFMA session, was static liquefaction one of the potential failure modes analyzed by the group?
I'm sorry? What?
Static liquefaction?
Oh, no, it was not.
And
Static liquefaction is basically a new term that the post-failure group came up with to describe what happened. But that was not known as a general engineering term or function prior to the failure.
as part of the PFMA session, did the team analyze ways to mitigate the risk that any of the potential failure modes would occur?
Well, yes, yes, in general we did. Um, the by listing them in order of the most probable, I guess that would be developing a risk analysis. In other words, this element should have this particular problem taken care of immediately, or maybe a change in some kind of operation might affect it. Uh, the just a general listing of everything from worst to best would be the risk analysis, I suppose.
Was pre-lowering Wixom Lake one of the ways that the group decided should be a risk mitigation measure to protect against the potential failure of the dam because of its lack of spillway capacity?
I cannot remember exactly what might be in this report and whether we discussed that or not. But if we did discuss it, it was set aside as almost a non-feature.
What do you mean by almost a non-feature?
Well, it's not really worth considering trying to incorporate it in any operation or in any actual modification.
That's all I have for now, Your Honor.
Thanks. All right. Mr. Christie, Mr. Dubin, one of our very capable plaintiffs' lawyers, is now going to ask you some questions. He'll be followed by Mr. Carlson, who's also a very capable lawyer. I'm very fortunate, Mr. Christie. The lawyers all in this case are uniformly excellent. So I'm sure you'll feel the same way when you're done with your testimony. Mr. Dubin.
Judge Rochford, I appreciate your trust in me and and hopefully I fulfill your expectations
After
today.
2 years, I feel like I am qualified at least to offer that opinion.
Yes, all right. Good afternoon, Mr. Christie. I will look over here so you can see my face briefly before you see the glow off the back of my head. In 2013, Mr. Gamble had showed you Defendant's Exhibit 13, where there was a statement that you testified on, that quote that said that there are limited benefits to the pre-lowering the reservoir as a risk reduction measure. You remember that?
Yes,
All right. In 2013, isn't it true you were dealing with the worst case flood problem, the PMF, correct?
yes,
All right. And so when you testified that I believe that, yeah, I think you said the volume of that flood was really significant, you were referring to the volume of the flow generated from a PMF, correct?
yes,
And wasn't it true that in 2013, the question that was being debated, or at least subject to the conversation between yourself, Boyce, and FERC, was if the lake were lowered ahead of the worst case flood, would it change what happens? Is that a correct assessment?
yes.
Craig, could you show Defense Exhibit 13?
Let me catch up with you, Mr.
Yeah, that's okay.
Please proceed.
Mr. Christie, do you see what's been marked Defense Exhibit 13? It's a note, begins with a November 29, 2013 letter sent to John.
John's a guy.
Thank you. I apologize to him because I was going to blow his name. From you as general manager of Boyce Hydro. Do you see that?
Yes,
Attached on the next page is, Craig, if you could turn to the next page, please. There we go. A document entitled PMF Alterations Design Plan Additional Evaluations Edenville P-10808 November 13. And Craig, if you could then highlight the bottom where it says Christie Engineering.
yes,
Do you remember this document?
yes.
Craig, if you could turn to page 4 of that document, please. And highlight the bottom paragraph of that page. Oh, you want a little, there we go. And in the last sentence, hopefully you can see this, right, Mr. Christie?
I can see it, yes.
All right. It says therefore, comma, based on the magnitude of the PMF flow and the early weather warnings we get within parentheses 4 to 6 days, close paren, we do not see any significant benefit from attempting to lower the reservoirs in advance of a possible PMF condition. Do you see that?
Yes,
So is it correct to interpretation of this report that this report focused only on the PMF flows and not any other storm events, correct?
well, without knowing what all is in the report, I would say that's probably true. I don't know if we evaluated a half PMF at the same time or not. We sometimes did, but almost all of this analysis was aimed at the PMF.
And it's correct to state that this section of your report doesn't state anywhere that a drawdown wouldn't matter for smaller storms, correct?
I don't know if we looked at that.
And staying on this, when you discuss benefit, you were talking about whether pre-lowering would change the highest lake level during the PMF, correct?
Yes,
And this report also talks about whether the change, well, excuse, strike that. And in your November 2013 report, also talks about whether it would change the largest amount of water flowing out during the PMF, correct?
I'm not quite following that.
Well, this report does not state lowering the lake is never useful, correct?
I believe it said that it wasn't, it didn't do any good to lower the reservoir in anticipation of the PMF flood.
Well, you mentioned during your questioning by Mr. Gamble that to answer this particular issue, you needed assistance from additional engineering firms, correct?
Yeah, we had some additional hydraulic analysis performed. It was part of the discussion and requirement of the special board of consultants that we used during the design of the auxiliary spillway. And they had a lot of questions also about this pre-lowering business. And so FERC questioned the total amount of information we had and said, you know, maybe you should take another look at this. And so we did that with the firm from Wisconsin, Ayers firm, and that's where um, that was the impetus for a lot of the work and discussion about the pre-lowering came from.
Well, in order to get to that discussion, there's some very important issues that you had to lock down, such as how big is the PMF, correct?
Right.
And then you had to determine how much water would be running off the watershed and reaching Edenville Lake.
That's correct.
And then you had to understand the storage capacity, for example, a stage storage curve for the Edenville Reservoir, correct?
Yes.
And then you had to determine how much flow was exiting the reservoir, correct?
Yes.
And that involved determining the spillway and the ability of the gates to pass flow in that event, correct?
Yes. That is all part of the hydraulic analysis that was done by the consultants.
And that's why this isn't something you could responsibly do on the back of an envelope or a scrap piece of paper, correct?
Oh, no, it's a very complex computer program that has been used for years.
And so you couldn't just look at, for example, your statement, we did not see any significant benefit from attempting to lower the reservoirs in advance of a possible PMF, and to conclude that another storm would not have, that a drawdown wouldn't impact another type of storm, correct? It would require computer analysis and detailed review.
Yes, it would. And I'm not sure how many, I can't remember how many passes they made as far as different flood levels, but I don't think it was very much. I don't think it was, they looked at very many things other than the PMF, possibly the half PMF.
And in the fact that it took all these different passes, this resulted in a multi-step submission for FERC on behalf of Boyce to properly address the impact of pre-lowering in advance of a PMF, correct?
Yes.
You can take that down, Craig. And if you could put up Defendant's Exhibit 12.
Can I have just a second?
Yeah.
Mr. Christie, I asked Mr. Dubin to hold off for a second. I want to take a look at something. All right. Thank you, Mr. Dubin. You may proceed.
Mr. Christie, we've put up on the screen Defendant's Exhibit 12. The first page is a September 30th, 2013 letter from yourself on behalf of Boyce Hydro Power LLC to FERC. Do you see that?
Yes.
Craig, if you turn the next page. Attached to this letter are a number of engineering reports. One of them being the PMF alterations, design plan, additional evaluations, Edenville P-10808, September 2013 submittal. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in this report, if we turn to page 22, wrong one. Not page 22, 28, excuse me. Page 28. Okay, all right. And if you highlight the very top of that, please, Craig.
I
The couple lines as well, just so we see what we're looking at. Number one, values. All right. Mr. Christie, we've turned to a table that appears to compare two different computer runs. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
One is for 1 hour, it's reservation, under RES elevation. Is that the reservoir elevation?
Yes.
And then RES flow, that's reservoir flow, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And for hour one, there is one column that has, it appears that one run for under the first column starts the lake at approximately the normal lake level of 676. Is that correct?
I can't remember. What is the normal lake level?
Approximately 675.8.
Okay, so that's close enough.
Sorry, we've been playing with way too many numbers here recently, so
we can't get Mr. Gamble to stipulate to that. After 6 years, Mr. Gamble, we can't.
So it's approximately the normal lake level.
Okay.
In your analysis of a pre-drawdown, it appears that the drawdown only was for 3 feet. Is that correct?
Oh, okay, yes, yeah.
All right.
I see what it's saying. Okay, yes, that's right. That was the normal annual happening. We drew the lake level down 3 feet every fall and left it down all winter at 673. And then in the spring, it slowly came back up with the increase in flow from the spring runoff.
So you would agree with me that the pre-lowered drawdown run begins 3 feet lower than the normal run, correct?
Yes,
And this table shows an hour by hour what lake level each one produces, correct?
okay. I'm not, It's been a long time since I looked at this, and I'm trying to remember as you're talking.
Greg, could you turn to page 29, please? And highlight runtime of 49 to 51. Mr. Christie, do you see that?
Yes,
Highlighted, we're on, appears to be hour 50. And at hour 50, the first run is at 681 feet. Do you see that?
yes,
And the second run with a pre-drawdown of 3 feet shows a corresponding elevation of 680.
yes,
And so would you agree with me that hour 50, there is a 1 foot difference between the run beginning at the normal, approximate the normal lake level versus the one that began at 3 foot drawdown?
yes.
And so your table reports that there is a 1 foot difference, correct?
Okay, yes.
And I'm not sure if you've been listening, but have you heard during this trial testimony from IAFT team leader John France that the storage between elevation 680 and 681 is over 1 billion gallons?
Is over what?
1 billion gallons?
Well, we never dealt with it in gallons, so I don't know what that refers to.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Dubin. Mr. Carlson.
Mr. Christie, hello.
Hello.
My name is Kevin Carlson. I represent some of the plaintiffs in this case. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
I noted in your signature line there that in 2013, when these reports were transmitted, your office was in Onekama, Michigan.
yes.
Did you ever eat at the Blue Slipper Tavern?
Pardon?
Did you ever eat at the Blue Slipper?
Oh, yes, I've been there many times.
Good
Well,
place.
the reason it was there, the reason that was the address is I was operating out of my house. We lived in Onekama for 20 years, well, 12 years, I guess, 13 years. And my office at that time was in my house.
Good place for an office and good place for a house. It's a lovely
Yeah,
place.
it was great. If you got tired of what you were doing, you can go out and walk on the beach.
Not bad, not bad. The 2013 pre-lowering analysis that we've been talking about asked how long the peak flow would be delayed if the water was drawn down to 673 feet. Is that correct?
Yes,
And it didn't ask what would happen if the water level started at 670 feet, correct?
no, we didn't look at that. I don't know exactly what the reason for that report was. But it just dealt with the spring fill up after the winter had passed.
Was the powerhouse able to continue generating hydroelectric power at 673 feet?
Yes,
Would it have been able to generate hydroelectric power at 670 or less?
yes, it was still able to do that.
The 2013 analysis that we've been talking about, it did not address if it would make sense to lower the lake level as an interim risk reduction measure for floods of 1/2 PMF or less. Is that correct?
No, it didn't.
Did that analysis in 2013 assume that there would be about 44,000 cubic feet per second passing through the dam, through the spillways, in addition to the turbines?
Oh, boy, I don't know. I'd have to look at all that stuff again.
The hydrologic model was done by an outside firm, not by you and not by Boyce, correct?
That's right.
And the bases for your belief that pre-lowering the lake to 673 feet wouldn't make a difference in peak level came from a combination of the hydrologic model from that firm and your own intuition. Is that right?
Well, no, not really. The numbers that are generated for that report are only from me. That does not include any hydraulic analysis of the river. All I did was take the discharge curves of the turbines and the discharge curve of the spillways and came up with that by crunching the numbers, came up with that table.
And you found that based on the discharge curve for the spillways plus the turbines, that would not be sufficient to pass enough water in the event of a full PMF event to prevent overtopping.
That, I'm sure, I'm not sure I follow you there. That report was, it was just, well, I'd have to look at the report in more detail, but I think what you're asking is, did that carry through to the flood volume of PMF? And it did not.
Okay. Were you able to speak with any of the members of the independent forensics team who investigated the causes of the Edenville dam failure?
Yes.
Want to make an objection outside the scope of my direct examination. Mr. Christie is not Mr. Carlson. I didn't ask.
Okay, response.
Your Honor, it goes to his familiarity with insight into the dam after 2013.
Okay, I'm gonna allow, I'll be listening carefully. The objection's overruled, but that doesn't mean you can't make another one if you think it's going to areas that are not permissible.
Mr. Christie, did you speak with a man named Irfan Alvi from the IFT?
Yes.
And did Mr. Alvi share with you his impression regarding the situation at the Edenville Dam, specifically his statement that in the situation of Edenville, lowering the lake could have made some sense as an interim risk reduction measure?
Hold on. Mr. Nate,
Is way outside the scope.
why is that not a well-founded objection, Mr. Carlson?
Because his opinion in this case is that pre-lowering the lake would not have made a difference in safety. Mr. Alvi, the person he spoke with from IFT, has written an email in this message or email message in this case
Okay,
stating that pre-lowering would have made some sense.
so you get to call Mr. Alvey then, because then that's his statement that's made out of court, and you're seeking to introduce it for the truth of the matter, which Mr. Alvey purports to assert in an email. Isn't that hearsay?
I want to know if it affects Mr. France's impressions of the dam.
That's not the way you asked the question. You asked, I'll allow a question along the lines of, if you knew that fill in the blank, would that affect your opinion? That's probably, depending upon how you word it, permissible. I understand the nature of the objection. I think plaintiffs should be able to probe with not just as I've allowed the defense, I think, to probe on plaintiffs' witnesses. So the objection is sustained. If you want to try to rephrase it and see if Mr. Gamble still objects, then we'll you can stay standing if you want to, Mr. Gamble, but at least you're getting some exercise. So,
Mr. Christie, I'm gonna back up a couple steps. I believe you testified that the last time you worked on the Edenville Dam directly was in 2017. Is that right?
The last time I what?
The last time you worked on the Edenville Dam was in 2017?
Yes,
And you were not working for Boyce or Spicer Group or anyone related to the Edenville Dam in 2020 when the dam failed, right?
no, that's right, I was not.
And were you aware that in 2020, the dam was determined to lack the spillway capacity to pass 1/2 PMF?
I wasn't aware of that, no.
Were you aware of any of the issues that the dam was having related to the operations of its gates in 2020, just before the failure?
No,
Hold on, Mr. Christie.
okay.
I asked Mr. Christie 0 questions about after he left Forsyth. This is all continuing to expand the scope of the direct examination.
Mr. Carlson responds.
It's cross-examination there.
It is, but it's limited, temporally. I mean, if the, Mr. Christie's a licensed professional engineer, years and probably, it sounds, started in 1970 until whenever it is he stopped practicing, but it doesn't have an active role in Edenville after, I think, 2017. Is that right, Mr. Christie?
That's correct.
I think you can ask hypothetical questions about hypotheses if it would impact his assessments from before, but I don't know how we get to all of to that which you're inquiring. So the objection sustained. You can rephrase if you would like to.
Mr. Christie, as a hypothetical, if in 2013, the issue was whether the dam could safely pass 1/2 PMF, if that had been the requirement, would you have asked different questions in terms of what is the dam's spillway capacity? How are the gates operating? Things like that, in determining whether it would make sense as a risk reduction measure to pre-lower Wixom Lake?
I can't answer that. I have no idea. What
And
I would say.
you haven't been asked to answer, and you were not asked to answer whether it would have made sense to lower the Wixom Lake as an interim risk reduction measure in 2020. Is that correct?
I'm getting kind of lost here.
Yeah, sorry.
So,
You,
yeah.
you were not asked to provide your opinion in 2020 as to whether or not it would make any sense to keep Wixom Lake lowered in the spring of 2020, correct?
That's right, that is correct. I had no contact with anyone there after 2017.
Thank you, Mr. Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Mr. Gamble? Thank you. Okay. We have just a moment. I did, Mr. Christie, have one or two questions, but during the course of these three very fine lawyers asking questions, I was able to strike them off my list. So I think you're probably going to be excused as a witness, but let me ask these lawyers if that's okay. Mr. Gamble, any objection to Mr. Christie being released?
No objection.
Mr. Dubin, thank you. Mr. Carlson?
No objection.
All right, Mr. Christie, thank you so much. Appreciate you being with us. I hope you have a pleasant remaining portion of the day. Hope you get out and able to go cross-country skiing or just enjoying the great outdoors before the next big snowstorm hits. And hope you enjoy the beautiful winter that we have in Michigan. So,
Thank you.
all right, thank you, sir. All right. Mr. Gamble, next witness.
Our next witness is Greg Ohl. I'm not sure if he's on Zoom yet or not.
Okay, let's ask Jeff. Oh, great, Jeff, I speak to in the sky. Do we have any other witnesses who are ready to join us? Okay, somebody will be rejoining as a panelist. You doing okay? Okay. Well, Mr. Gamble, your time estimates were excellent. It was 1 hour and 1 minute for that witness, and I think you said it'll be about an hour. So that's very impressive.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes. Hey, Jeff. How are
I
you?
have a J. Colin Hannah, I think his name is, but I'm trying to promote her, but they're not. I don't know if that's who you want, but it's
Let me ask the lawyers because I sure don't know.
Colaianne is the name.
Joe Kalani is Greg Oll's attorney.
Okay, they're coming in now. They're coming in now. Okay. All right.
Okay.
We're good.
Do we have a Mr. Alls, UHL? All right. Are you Mr. Ewell, sir?
Joseph Kalani.
No, I'm the attorney for the Four Lakes Task Force. I'm just Greg Wool works for the Four Lakes Task Force, and he's been called as a witness. I don't intend to participate other than listen to the testimony.
Good, because if you wanted to, you'd have to be in this courtroom, sir.
Exactly.
So I do not expect to hear from you.
Thank you.
I'd like to see your client, though.
Oh, I see him, Judge. Just a second. He's in there now. Just a second.
Thank you. Yes. Yep. Counsel, what's your P number?
Are you referring to me?
I am, yes.
Yeah, it's P47404.
What's your first and last names? Please spell both.
Joseph Coliani, Colaianne.
Firm.
I represent the Four Lakes Task Force.
What is your law firm?
Oh, I'm sorry, the law firm Clark Hill,
Which office?
Lansing.
Phone number?
517-318-3029.
All right, thank you. All right, and then who's the witness, please?
The witness is Greg Oll.
All right, sir. All right, Mr. Oll, I'm Judge Redford. You've been called as a witness. You'll be testifying. I need to administer an oath. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you will give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your first and last names.
Gregory, Gregory, Ewell, UHL.
Where are you physically located at the current time, Mr. Ewell?
On Beaverton.
That is in the state of Michigan, is that correct?
Correct.
What county?
Gladwin County.
All right. Are you in an office at?
Yes.
Home? All right.
I'm in an office.
Is anyone physically present in the office that you are in?
No.
All right. We have lawyers for the defendants. Mr. Frischkorn is going to conduct his exam of you. Then the defense, then the plaintiffs will also have the opportunity to ask questions. Will that be, who will the lawyers? All right, Elizabeth Fagan will be conducting at least part of the cross, then Sharon Olmenrode will be conducting more of it. I will tell Mr. Ewell and Mr. Counsel, Caliani, is that how it's pronounced? How do you pronounce your last name?
I'm sorry, it's Coliani.
Coliani. Mr. Coliani, Mr. Ewell, when we began the trial, I tasked the attorneys to estimate how much time testimony was going to take. I'm telling you all that the testimony projected for the direct exam of Mr. Yule is 2 hours, which means we are not going to complete this testimony today. So what we'll do is we'll go until shortly before 5 o'clock. We'll then recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. The completion of the direct exam will take place at that time, and then we will continue to the cross exam. Mr. Yule, I don't know if you've ever been a witness before, but after the cross exam, the direct is done and by Mr. Kirschkorn, then the two lawyers who just identified themselves will do the cross. And then there's redirect. And I think that's probably it with this witness because he's, I assume, a fact witness. So it's going to be direct, cross, redirect. I'm slowing down a second because my case scheduling order, I've issued a bunch of them in this case, but I think that's what the plan is with this witness. Is that your understanding, counsel for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your plaintiff's counsel's your understanding as well? Okay. Mr. Yule, do you have any questions before we begin the course of your testimony?
No.
Okay. During your exam, it's entirely possible and in all likelihood, I would say probably it's likely the lawyers are going to show you exhibits. If you aren't shown exhibits, you'll be the first witness in the trial that hasn't been shown exhibits. What will typically happen is it'll take over the vast majority of the screen. You'll be in a small corner in the upper right-hand side. I'm not sure if your counsel's picture will also remain or not. But just if you don't understand the question, if you can't see the document, if you don't understand what we're doing, please interrupt me and we will address whatever questions you have. Do you have anything you wanted, any questions, any concerns before we begin the testimony?
No.
Thank you. Counsel for Mr. Yule, any questions, concerns, objections, anything else you want to place on the record before we begin?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Kirschkorn, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Yule, I know you're looking at me from this angle, but to see you, I have to look this way at the screen in the courtroom. So you'll be seeing kind of the side of my head here.
Okay.
So Mr. Yule, where do you work?
Currently, I work for the Four Lakes Task Force.
Okay. And what do you do there?
I am the operations supervisor.
Okay. And before that, were you at Boyce Hydro?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were you at Boyce?
From the end of 2017 till 2020.
Okay. And what was your role there?
Originally assistant head operator and construction supervisor, and then after some time head operator.
Okay. So when you started, you were operator, or I think you said assistant head operator, and then you got promoted?
Yes.
Okay. Who promoted you to head operator?
Lee Muller.
Okay. Before that promotion, who did you report to?
Lee Muller and Ron Heilig.
Okay. And then after the promotion, did you just report directly to Lee Muller?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me. Mr. Yule, you said you reported to Mr. Mueller and who else before the promotion?
Ron Heilig.
Do you know how to spell Mr. Heilig's name?
RON for the first part, obviously. Heilig is HEILIG, I believe.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what were your duties after your promotion when you were the head operator?
I mean, they were pretty much the same. I mean, other than just delegating work to everybody, before Ron had he would delegate some of the work. So, I had a few people that worked under me before, but then it became, everything. I delegated everybody's work, I guess.
So as the head operator, were you managing all 4 dams that Boyce Hydro owned?
Correct.
And that included the Edenville? dam?
Yes.
We had a question come up earlier. I'd like to ask you, because I think you might know, what is the distance between the Smallwood Dam and the Edenville Dam?
As far as mileage, like on the road or river mileage?
River miles.
River mileage.
Mr. Highlight, or I'm sorry, Mr. Ewell, I've been on one of Michigan's rivers literally my entire life. And whenever I try to say what the distance is between the dam, not the dam, but the bridge below us and the next bridge, it's somewhere between 12 and 15 miles. So don't feel bad if you don't know it exactly.
Right. And I would say between 10 and 15. I mean, just basing it on road mileage and, obviously I think the river's a little bit longer, but somewhere in that neighborhood.
Thank you.
And what about on the tobacco side between the Beaverton Dam and Edenville?
I'm going to guess between 10 to 12 miles on that one, maybe.
Okay. Thank you. Getting back to your duties as head operator. So what did, and I just want to focus on Edenville Dam. So what did managing that dam entail?
I mean, obviously holding a lake level. I guess at what point? At what point?
Okay, so let's focus after FERC revoked the hydropower license.
Okay. I mean, at some point, as we all know, the lake was kind of emptied. So managing at that point was pretty simple because the gates were all open. And then at another point, we brought the lake back up. So then, we maintained the same band of lake level that we had when we were FERC regulated, which was, 675.80 being a full pond, 0.3 of a foot above that or 0.4 below was our level. So we would maintain that level, opening and closing gates.
Okay, and we've heard a lot about the spillway gates so far in this trial, but you're the first witness who actually has operated them. So could you tell us how the gates operated, how you raised and lowered them?
Yes.
Time period.
Between 2018 and 2020, what was the physical mechanism, how the gates were operated?
All right. There was an old spill cart, electrically driven spill cart that hooked to a chain that was on the bridle of the gate. And I mean, basically, you'd run that spill cart to raise and lower the gates manually.
And were there limitations on how far it could raise?
Yes.
And was that 6 feet?
I would say 6 to 7 feet roughly.
Okay. And were you able to raise them higher using A-frames?
You could. It wasn't necessarily a safe practice, but you could.
Okay. Could you explain to us how the A-frames work to help explain why it was unsafe?
Yes. The A-frames actually held like a chain fall or a come along type device. And there was chains that went down from that and hooked into the bridle chain on the gates at the corners, at each corner, 2 corners. And you would raise the gate as high as you could with the mechanical hoist that has been there for years. And then from there you could hook on to it.
When you say bridle chain, is that like analogous to the bridle of on a horse?
Kind of. I mean, these chains lifted from the center, Your Honor.
Okay.
So if you can imagine kind of an upside down Y. So
Yes.
you had two chains that went to each corner that come to a yoke in the center, and then one chain going up from the center.
So are they
And-
connected? Is it one chain goes the entire length and then one shorter section of chain connects from the other side, or are the two lengths of chain from either side of the gate, are they both independent chains and then you connect them with some type of, I don't know, some type of device that can join the links?
Yeah, you had separate chains coming up from each corner to a big round ring.
All right.
Okay, and they hooked into that, and then at the top of that ring, you had a chain going up that went to the device for lifting, the chain hoist.
Do you know, are you familiar with Pythagorean's theorem?
No, sir.
All right. Go ahead, Counsel.
So to attach that chain to the A-frames, did someone have to go out onto above the gates?
Well, they had divers come in and attach chains to the lifting chains on the bridle at each corner, just above where they connected to the gate. And then those chains were brought up through the spillway deck, and they were actually hooked to the A-frames. So the chains were there in place, and you would have to go out and put obviously set the A-frames up and put the chain fall or come along in place, and then you could lift on the chains. Yeah, it would take, 3 people, because you'd have a person on each side lifting and then one kind of watching to make sure that you were staying even.
And when you say divers, did these chains need to be connected underwater? Am I
Yes.
understanding that?
Yes.
Is that why it was unsafe?
No, the chains were connected at some point and then they always stayed there. So the divers were a one-time thing.
Okay. So what made the
Interrupt a
A-frames
second.
unsafe?
Is there a diagram of this someplace in any of the many documents I have the opportunity to review
I will
after?
turn to my co-counsel on that.
There it is, we'll find it.
Thanks.
So, Mr. Ewell, what made the A-frames unsafe?
Well, at some point during a underwater inspection of the chains, it was found that the chains had excessive wear on them. So all the bridle chains got replaced. And in doing that, when they got replaced, originally they had an elongated link at the end that hooked into the gates at the corners. But when they got replaced, that went to a flat plate instead of that elongated link. And I think the elongated link would allow the chain to kind of flex around where it was connected onto the gate itself. But when you put that flat plate in there, you lost that movement of that chain. So as you're lifting that, and the kind of the angle changes when the gate's coming up, that flat plate didn't allow for that shifting of the chain, and it started to kind of bend where the connection was.
Did that have any impact, that changing to that flat plate, did that have any impact on how high the gates could be raised?
Yes.
So what is your understanding of what spillway capacity is?
As far as, I mean,
As in general, how would you define the term spillway capacity?
well, it would be how much water can flow through the spillway.
Okay. And did you know that Edenville Dam had insufficient spillway capacity?
No, I mean, I knew it was probably right there close, but I didn't know that it was insufficient, I guess.
Did Boyce Hydro ever begin work to increase the spillway capacity?
No.
Did Four Lakes Task Force have a plan to increase spillway capacity?
Yes, I believe they did.
And you talked before about part of your duties were to maintain a normal lake level. There's a different level in the summer and the winter, right?
Correct.
And what is the difference between those levels?
In the wintertime, it's 3 foot lower than it is in the summer.
Okay. And was the lake lowered every winter?
Yes. As far as I know,
During your time there?
yes.
And why is the lake lowered in the winter?
I think it's just kind of a buffer for ice and spring runoffs and stuff, gives it a little buffer.
During your time at Boyce, was there ever a proposal to permanently keep the lake at a lower winter level?
No.
Was there any way to completely drain Wixom Lake?
No, not that I know of.
How far could you lower the lake level?
You could potentially get it to the top of the sill of the gate. I mean, if no water was flowing in.
Okay. And was that about
How high is that? Yeah.
was that about 8 feet below the normal level?
Probably somewhere in there, yeah.
And just to help us visualize this, when the lake is down, as close as you can get it to the spillway crest, what does the lake look like? Is it half full, 3/4 full?
I would say probably, it probably looks 1/2 to 3/4 full, I guess. Somewhere in there.
Did you ever have a conversation with anyone else at Boyce Hydro about pre-lowering the reservoir to help with flooding?
No,
Did you ever have a conversation with anyone else at Boyce Hydro that the lake should be lowered until spillway capacity could be increased?
no,
As part of your duties, did you inspect the Edenville Dam?
yes.
And how often did you inspect?
We would do kind of quick daily inspections, and then we did a comprehensive inspection of the sites every month.
Okay. And what did those inspections entail?
Reading piezometers, weirs, kind of walking down the embankments, just kind of a good general look over of everything.
During those inspections, during your time at Boyce, did you ever observe any abnormalities in the embankments?
Not that I can recall. I mean, there may have been a few wet spots here and there after a rain or something, but nothing that I can really recall, no.
Specifically, do you recall seeing any abnormalities on the left embankment?
I think occasionally a wet spot over by, there was a structure over there or something, but nothing, after rain.
Okay. Did any of those observations make you think that the dam was in danger of failing?
No.
So when FERC revoked the license, and no longer were able to operate the powerhouse, how did that change the operation of the dam?
It made things a little harder because, typically we regulated the lake with the machines, generating power. So, now everything was done through gates. So, just a little tougher, a little more hands-on.
And what level was the lake at when FERC revoked the license? Do you remember?
I don't know.
Amy, can you bring up exhibit 43? And this exhibit is stipulated. Defense exhibit 43. And can you, that third paragraph, can you magnify that? Or, I'm sorry, Amy, start with the, to from subject line up at the top. All right, Mr. Yule, does this appear to be an email from Lee Mueller to you and Ron Heilig, in March of 2019?
Yes,
And this was after FERC revoked the license, right?
right.
Okay, Amy, can you go to that third paragraph?
This is Defense Exhibit what, please?
43.
Thank you.
All right, do you remember, this conversation with Lee Mueller and Ron Heilig?
Not really, but I mean, it's kind of coming back to me.
In this email from Lee Mueller, Mr. Mueller states that the Edenville Dam Reservoir will probably be at the current lower water level for 6 months until the FERC license is restored or the counties come up with a financing plan to allow Boyce to operate the Edenville spillway gates for water level restoration. Does that align with what you remember happening in the spring of 2019?
Yeah, it seems like I recall that Lee's stance on that was, he lost 50% of his revenue or whatever it was, and he was basically going to just, have kind of run a river and, not operate it because he didn't have money.
Okay. And did he, was there a plan to restore the water level eventually?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. But at some point in the spring of 2019, Wixom Lake came back to the normal level, right?
Right.
Okay. And why was that?
I guess I really don't know because Lee wanted it back up, I guess.
Okay. So during your time at Boyce Hydro, you took orders from Lee?
Yes.
How did you decide the extent to which spillway gates should be opened or closed?
We would kind of base it. I mean, the water level kind of told us, right? I mean, if we were maintaining our band, the basically the water level would tell us what we needed to do kind of for opening or closing gates.
Okay. Did you ever find any issues with any of the 4 dams?
Issues such as
Anything that you felt need to be flagged for your supervisor?
not that I could recall. I mean, if it was, anything would have been, captured probably in the inspection reports.
Okay. And who would you have reported that to?
It would have just gone at that time, either Ron Heilig or Frank Christie, the engineer, or Lee Mueller.
Okay. Did anyone from Eagle ever tell you what level to set the lake at?
No,
Did anyone from DNR ever tell you what level to set the lake at?
no.
Amy, can we go to Defendant's Exhibit 50? And the to from subject. All right, and do you recognize this as an email from Lee Mueller to you and Ron Heilig on April 16, 2019?
Yes.
And then Amy, if you can do that top paragraph. All right, and in this email, Mr. Mueller tells you and Mr. Heilig that he's made arrangements with the Four Lakes Task Force to start refilling the Wixom Reservoir Pond to normal summer operating levels beginning tomorrow, being Wednesday, April 17, 2019. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And does this refresh your recollection as to why the lake was refilled in the spring of 2019?
Yeah, basically because Lee said he made arrangements. Other than that, I don't know.
And in this email, he doesn't say he made any arrangements with Eagle, right?
No,
Or DNR?
no.
And a legal lake level was set by the circuit court in May of 2019, right?
I believe so. I'm not sure of the date, but yes.
Amy, if we can go to Defendant's Exhibit 54. And we'll do the two from up at, we'll do the in the middle there. All right, and Mr. Yule, this is from Lee Mueller to Ron Heilig with UCC'd on Thursday, May 9, 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the number, please?
54 defendants. All right. And Mr. Yule, could you read this highlighted sentence out loud for us?
Ron, I may be misunderstanding your statements below about pond levels, but you should understand that the Wixom Reservoir pond level is to be at the normal pond level by noon tomorrow, Friday. This is not optional. You must instruct the operators on duty at this time and overnight that the pond must be at the required normal level by noon tomorrow. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Yule. Does this align with your memory of who determined what level the lake should be set at?
Yeah,
Okay. And that was Mr. Mueller, right?
correct.
Did he ever tell you that you should wait to refill the level until the spillway capacity was increased?
No.
In this,
Council, hold on just a second, please. May proceed.
thank you, Your Honor. In the spring of 2019, Mr. Yule, did you have any concerns about filling the lake back up?
Not that I can recall.
And in the winter of 2019, was the lake set at the winter level, being 3 feet lower?
I'm not sure what the level was at that time. It was so up and down. It's hard to say.
Okay. Um, do you recall the lake being drawn down lower than the winter level because of concerns of ice buildup
When?
in the winter of 2019?
I honestly don't know whether you mean January 2019
Okay.
or December 31st, 2019. So I need more precision with regards to the dates that you're inquiring about, please.
Yes, Your Honor. In either November, December of 2019, do you recall the lake being drawn down below the winter level because of concerns of ice buildup on the gates?
Yes, there was some concern for ice buildup. The timing, I don't know. Usually the winter drawdown wouldn't happen until December 15th, but then again, the lake levels were so up and down, I don't know.
Okay. And how did you have to deal with ice on the gates?
We had a heated pressure washer that we could use. I mean, we would haul it out to the site, get some kind of a water pump and try to pump water out of the lake if it didn't freeze in the meantime. Or, you would just chip on them with a pike pole or, a long rod or something, something of that nature.
Have we found a schematic? What's the exhibit
I'll
number?
be getting to that in just a
Like
moment,
it.
Your Honor.
How about now?
Okay.
When the trial judge, who's the judge of
Yep.
facts, says he would like something, it usually doesn't mean when you want to get to it.
Okay. Can you pull up defendants
Just
58?
usually, that's been my
Page
experience.
2.
Haven't been a trial lawyer for 17 years.
All right, can you magnify that schematic? Defendants 5-8, page 2.
5'8" or 5'7"?
Is it 5-7? Okay, it is 5-7.
Okay, let me have just a minute, please. Is that a stipulated or a contested?
Stipulated.
I know it is now, but originally, because I want to look at the physical printout of it.
It was originally contested.
Thank you.
Independence binder,
Great.
I think, number one.
Yeah, my guess too. Thank you.
Mr. Yule, it'll be
Hold
just a
on,
moment
please.
while the judge looks at the schematic.
Okay.
All right, excellent. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Yule, this schematic that's on the screen, this is what you were describing earlier, when you were describing the lifting bridle?
Yes, this would be the original lifting bridle, yes.
Okay, and when you say original, was there a different one on the gates, as of 2018 to 2020?
The connection at the gate was different than what's pictured here, yes,
Okay, but this general layout was the same?
correct.
Okay.
I have a question. Mr. Yule, the schematic at page 2 of 6 seems to indicate that the distance between the circle at the top of the triangular chain connection that's connected to the gate and the shackle at Edenville is 14 foot 3 inches. Is that correct?
I mean, that's what the picture shows, Your Honor.
Okay, so if you're looking at the picture, where that circle is and you have the connectors for the chains,
Uh-huh.
what is the distance between the circle and the top of the gate?
That's a good question. I don't know what that answer is.
What is the, okay, thank you. What is the distance? There are two distances which are marked within the letter, the English capital letter A. Do you see where that is?
Yes.
What is that distance? A times 2. What's A?
It's another good question, Your Honor. Were several different widths of gates, so I think that, that could be several different, or, a couple different lengths.
All right, thank you. What is, but the left and the right chain connections, they would be connected to the actual gate that goes up and down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where is that gate within the powerhouse?
It wouldn't be in the powerhouse. It would be beside the powerhouse on the spillway.
Okay, so is there I don't understand how it works.
Okay. So there's like a catwalk or a walkway,
Yes.
and then you have a couple of, let's say, I-beams that run the full length of the spillway that the electric cart would roll on, and the gates would be directly below that. So you had some framework below the spill cart itself, and then you had the gates underneath that. So as you look,
hold on a sec.
yep,
Is there a photograph of the spillways?
Yes, there is. I was gonna suggest that maybe we go to page 6 of this exhibit. They might have another.
That's not what I'm looking for. I looked at page 6. Is there like either I'm in a rowboat in the reservoir or I'm in a drone or a helicopter below the reservoir?
Yes, if we open up plaintiff's exhibit 104, that will have a picture from the reservoir looking up toward the spill gates.
Okay, Mr. Yule, hold on. We're gonna try to find something that I can. Is that an original stipulated or?
Actually, I think it is an original stipulated for the plans.
Okay. What page? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Even just the front page. Okay. So could somebody show the witness the cover, the first page of 104 plaintiffs? Good. Okay. Mr. Yule, do you see a visual of that looks like some type of water retaining device?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
That is the Eatonville spillway on the Tittabawassee side.
Okay. The failure that gave rise to why we've been together here for a couple of years, the lawyers and I, took place to the right of where we're looking. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. If the gates that you're talking about, are they the what appear to be metallic objects in those three different cavities in the concrete that's to the right of the brick structure?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when we're talking about gates, it's those three devices, and they're either all the way closed or all the way open, depending upon the pressure that's on them and depending upon the cables that would be attached to them and then raised up from a position that's above them, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about an I-beam track. Is that I-beam track that you're referring to above the gates and between the red brick structure and the
concrete wall?
concrete wall?
Yes. And can you see the kind of orange looking device that's above the first gate you see?
I do.
That is the spill cart. That's what lifts and lowers the gates.
Got it. And that's what this cable thing that I've been asking questions about would be attached to. Is that right?
The chain, yes, the lifting chain.
All right. Any objections to the court's questions by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Any objections to the court's questions by the plaintiffs? All right. That is very helpful for me to understand what we're looking at. Okay. Counsel, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for letting me ask those questions.
Of course. Mr. Ewell, turning back to December of 2019 and the drawdown with concerns of ice buildup. Was that drawdown because of any concerns about spring flooding?
No. I mean, it was all about the ice.
Okay. Was the plan to keep the lake permanently at the lower level or return it in the spring?
That I don't know.
Okay. And you were working with Boyce still in 2020, right?
Correct.
And at that time, you were the head operator?
Yes.
And in spring of 2020, was Wixom Lake brought back up to its normal level?
Yes, it was.
And do you remember who told you to bring the lake back up to that level?
Lee Muller.
Okay. And did he tell you why, that you recall?
I don't recall, no, why, no.
Did he tell you that we should wait until the spillway capacity is increased?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you have any concerns about filling the lake up in the spring of 2020?
I think the only concern I had is, we were kind of right in the midst of COVID. So maybe some staffing issues, because, it's going to take more staff to raise and lower gates, or, it's going to take bodies, right?
Okay. And nothing about spillway capacity?
No.
Okay. And did Lee listen to your concerns?
No.
All right. I want to turn to the week leading up to May 19th, 2020. I imagine you probably recall that week fairly well.
Yes.
So let's start at the beginning. Do you remember when you first became aware that you were supposed to get a lot of rain?
I think it was the Friday or Saturday before the failure.
And the failure was on a Tuesday?
Yes, May 19th.
Okay. So in those few days, did you take any sort of precautionary measures with the Edenville Dam?
We were already on 3 shifts at that time because of previous rain that we had. Once I got the call from the emergency manager from Gladwin County about the potential for 4 to 5 inches of rain north of us for Gladwin County and north. We stayed on 3 shifts, but I contacted Lee and asked him about, getting hold of either the state and or FERC about lowering the lakes if we could. We had to ask permission to go below our band. But we remained on 3 shifts and started bringing the lakes down to at least our normal limits.
Okay, and when you say 3 shifts, do you mean 3 shifts of 8 hours each? So you had someone 24/7 operating the dams?
Correct.
And you said the emergency manager contacted you about the rain?
Yes, from Gladwin County.
Okay. And then, do you know if Lee took the suggestion and contacted either FERC or the state?
I don't know whether he did or not.
Beyond being on 3 shifts and those conversations, did you take any other sort of preparations for the storm?
I think we made sure, our backup generators and stuff, anything that we might have needed was in working order.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Mr. Yule, at the powerhouse, after FERC revoked their license, did you have electrical power from the grid, or did you create your own power at the dam for dam operations?
After the license was revoked,
Yes.
yes. We may have had a little bit of power for a limited time, but we had to run a separate power line to the powerhouse eventually. And I don't recall when that happened, maybe in 19, maybe.
It was before the failure.
Before the failure, we had to get separate power run back to the powerhouse for power.
Because you were no longer generating power.
Correct. Right. Because when we were generating power, we kind of made our own power. We were hooked to the grid and we would run off that power when we weren't making it or whatever.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you start lowering the lakes at some point?
Yes. I mean, I think we started Saturday, Friday or Saturday, whenever we got the notification from the emergency manager and after I talked to Lee.
Okay. And when did the rain start?
I believe it was Monday, early Monday, maybe.
Okay. Amy, can we go to Defendant's Exhibit 68? And can you highlight that? Mr. Yule, I'm going to ask you some questions about a chart later in this exhibit. This exhibit came up before, but we weren't quite sure what some of the numbers meant. So I'm hoping you can help us understand. So if we see the initials GU in the chart, does that mean you put that entry in there?
Yes.
Okay. Amy, if you can go to page 5. And then maybe just do the top half just so we can see it a little bit better first.
First one, only have just a second to catch up with you.
Of course, Your Honor.
Just go ahead.
All right. Mr. Ewell, I think the date time on the left-hand side is self-explanatory. What does level relative to full pond mean?
Okay, so a full pond for Edenville would be 675.8, right? And these numbers that are in here are, we would say a full pond would be a zero pond. Okay, so if you see a zero, it's in that column. We would know that it's 675.8. But these numbers that are in here are tenths of a foot minus a full pond. Most of them are minus, or I guess all of them are minus. So that would, like, the first one would be minus 0.25. So that's 2.5 tenths below a zero pond.
Was that 2.5 tenths of a foot?
Yes,
So when it says negative 0.25, that's 3 inches below the normal level?
correct.
And then when it says precip, how is that? I presume that's short for precipitation.
Yes, it is.
And how is that measured and where is it measured at?
We have rain gauges at each powerhouse. And we check them typically, once or twice a day. We'll check them and record what we get.
Okay. So when we're looking in that column and we see 7 o'clock on 5/17, it says 0, and then 2200 on 5/17, it says 0.46. That 0.46 is the amount that was received between those two entries?
Yes,
Okay, so the 0.46 wasn't all received in that 1 hour.
right.
Okay. All right, and then the next two columns, it says gate open and gate close.
Yes, so along with, we had manual logs that we would enter gate openings and closures into, and we also had this electronic sheet so that somebody that was, at another plan or something could look at it and see what gates were opened or closed. And that's, like the first entry at the top there, towards the top there, is they closed 1 foot of gate. And then, and it would total it in the red line, and then you could put a note in there, how much spill was on either side.
Okay, so when it says gate open 1 or gate close 1, it means a gate was either raised or lowered 1 foot?
Right,
And then where it says gate open 0.5, a gate was raised 6 inches?
correct.
Okay. And then total spill, if I'm understanding correctly, that's the amount that total gates were open?
Yes,
Okay. So when it says 7, that's between the combination of all the gates that were open, the total opening was 7 feet.
yes, both sides.
Okay, and that's 7 feet height,
Let me a second.
right?
Well, it could be
Hold
3.
on, just a sec. Sorry. This is Redford. I want to take a look at this again for a minute. Thank you. Go ahead.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yule, how many gates were present between the two spillways?
There was 6 total, 3 on each side.
Okay, so when it says gate open 1, is that one gate open 1 foot or all 6 gates open 1 foot?
If the total spill only says 1, then it would be 1 gate open 1 foot.
Okay. So if we look at the first entry on notes where it says 1.5 foot on tobacco side, 2 feet to the Bawasi side. So that 1 foot on tobacco, would that either be each gate open 6 inches or just one gate open 1.5 feet?
Would more than likely be 1 gate open 1.5 feet.
Okay. Okay, and then the total spill is in that gray column, right?
Correct.
Okay. Amy, can you go to the next half of this chart and magnify that? Or all the way down through the bottom of the chart? Okay, so Mr. Yule, where it says 42, what does that number mean?
That would be 42 foot of spill open.
Okay, so is that, it looks like the note says that's all gates open?
Correct.
Okay, so that is, each gate was open to 7 feet?
Yes,
Okay, and did that involve the use of the A-frames?
that did not.
Okay. Did you use the A-frames?
Yes, we did after we went to a condition B at the Smallwood Dam, which is upstream. Per our emergency action plan, it tells us to go there and raise the gates as high as we can. We did do it very sparingly because we knew that it was not safe.
So if I'm reading this correctly, on May 18th at 3 p.m., that's when the gates were fully opened?
Correct.
And why weren't the gates fully opened before that?
Well, even at that time, we were still within our operating band. We were only 2/10 above a full, or 2300ths above a full pond. We can go 3/10 above a full pond.
And at that time, did you anticipate the rise in the lake level that would come later that day into the next day?
No,
So you were working on May 19th?
correct.
And when did you start working that day?
I actually started on Monday and never went home.
Okay. So what were you doing on May 19th?
At what time?
Let's start at the beginning. So shortly after, let's say 12:01 a.m. on May 19th.
I was at Secord Dam.
Okay. And what were you doing at Secord?
Monitoring. The gates were wide open. The turbine was running. I was watching lake levels.
Okay. And was Secord releasing an excessive amount of water?
Yes,
And Secord, that's the furthest upstream, right?
correct.
Did you go to Smallwood at any point?
I did. I went to Smallwood, I believe, about 3 o'clock in the morning because there was water coming out of the side of the building.
Okay. And at Smallwood, were the gates fully open?
Yes.
And now it looks like your initials here around 3 a.m. at Edenville. So did you go to Edenville after Smallwood?
I did eventually, but I think it was more about daylight, probably.
And it also says at 3:30 AM, condition B declared. What's condition B?
Condition B is when the water level gets 3 foot above a full pond. We go to a condition B, which is if we had been running power, we would shut the powerhouse down, have consumers disconnect from it. The gates are wide open. I mean, pretty much we've done all we can do. And it's just monitoring from there.
Okay. And it looks like the water level recording stops at 3.57 feet above normal pond.
That would be safe to say. I'm not sure exactly what, yeah, but that would be safe to say. That was probably the last reading we got.
Did you have any difficulties getting readings?
Yeah, everything that we used to read was overwhelmed with water.
Okay. So is it accurate to say that you couldn't get any further readings because the water was over the top of the instruments?
Yes.
Okay. So you said you got to Edenville Dam around daybreak.
Wait, hold on a sec.
Just a moment, Mr. Yule.
It's nearly 5 minutes before the hour of 5. We've been in court or preparing to be in court since 8:30 this morning. I'm assuming we have more than 6 minutes of testimony left of this witness. Is that correct?
I don't believe so on direct, Your Honor.
All right, let's keep going and finish direct. And then I've received an unexpected call in one of the recesses, and I told somebody I'd be available at 5. If I look like I'm manipulating a phone, it's to say
Of course.
can't take your call. So I'm not on a frolic and detour. I'm just trying to,
And
but let's finish the direct.
and let me make sure, Mr. Yule, are you available at 8:30 tomorrow?
Yes, I can be.
Okay. All right, so getting back to May 19th, you said you got to Edenville Dam around daybreak.
Yes.
Okay. And did you stay there until it failed?
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe what was going on there that day?
From when, I guess, from the beginning or?
Yeah, from when you got there.
Well, one of the biggest reasons I got there is I had sent 2 guys back there from Smallwood, which I had called up to Smallwood to help us with the situation going on up there. Sent them back to Edenville to inspect the embankments since it was daylight and they could see good. And they started sending me pictures of the embankment being eroded away by the high water and wave action. So as soon as I got that, I immediately went to Edenville. Ron Heilig and myself both immediately went to Edenville to assess the situation and made contact with Mr. Mueller to aware him of the situation. And started making calls, trying to get people there, engineers, dam safety engineers, contractors to try to figure out what we were going to do to slow it down, help it out, whatever we could do.
And did you get some contractors there to help reinforce it?
We did. Fisher Contracting ended up coming. Yes.
And did anyone from Eagle show up?
Yes. At some point in the morning, Dan Devon and Luke Trumbull both showed up.
Okay. And were they contemplating breaching, doing a controlled breach?
Yes, they were.
And while they were doing that, at any point, was either Luke Trumbull or Dan Devon directing you how to operate the dam?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yule. I have no further questions. I believe we'll continue your cross-examination at 8:30 tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cagliani, you available tomorrow at 8:30? I'm hoping.
Yes, I'll be here.
Thank
We
you.
also have another witness, I believe, tomorrow as well.
Oh, grand. All right, so I'm going to excuse counsel for Mr. Yule and Mr. Yule. The record should reflect that counsel for Mr. Yule did not in any way appear. And I mean, Mr. Yule, you weren't getting texts or emails from your lawyer during the course of this exam, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, if we can all say that at the end of this testimony, that would be grand. And I would, if I thought it looked like something was happening, I would have said that. I would have interrupted. And I would never expect that. I don't know this attorney, but I do know his firm, and I'd be shocked if that happened in this case, given that firm, as I'm sure all the lawyers who know the firm would be as well. So, but I'm saying these things because I want, I'm speaking to the appellate record. I will not obviously be on the appellate panel for this case, but I do want to say that I was paying close attention there. The testimony seemed to be progressing in a natural process of question and answer when it wasn't interrupted by me. So I'm fine with it. Does any defense want to put anything on the record on that at all? Plaintiffs,
No, Your Honor.
plaintiffs want to say anything on the record, either Ms. Holman Road or Ms. Fagan? All right. Is anything we need to address further? Okay, so counsel and the witness are excused. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 8:30 with them. Anything else that we need to address? We're still in the defendant's case in chief. Defense, anything we need to address for you all before we recess for the day? Plaintiffs. All right. Ms. Werner, thank you so much for being with us. Will we have the privilege of serving with you tomorrow, or Ms. Heacock is back? A new face. All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm sure the lawyers want a complete, perfect transcript within 7 minutes. So good luck with that. We'll look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. Thank you for being with us today. All right. Court is in recess. The time is 2 minutes after 5.